Y'all know what it is. MZ Talks Boxing.
Let me make this abundantly clear. We talk about boxing here. My opinion is winning, but if you ain't feeling the good on your boxing, yeah. This mental headshot sting. So do these body blows that I bring. You wanted the big step to the ring. Let's go to the toe to the final bell ring. MZ Talks Boxing. Yeah.
What's good? What's good? What's good? Let's get it started. Welcome to another episode of MZ Talks Boxing. The kid took a knee. Morrell Jr. Oh my gosh, the way he obliterated that dude in the ring in one round. I think it's like 2 minutes and some seconds. Totally destroyed that man. I want to talk about some boxing tonight. We got Joseph Brown in the house early. And what's up, Joseph Brown? My partner. Man, all I can say is I enjoyed the weekend of fights because I actually got a chance to see them. Instead of seeing the tape and catching up to what everybody else saw, I saw it break down and open up just like everybody else did. Tank handled his business. Ryan tried to resist as well as he could. I just want to talk about it. The King took a knee. Yes, he did. Oh, that's terrible. Terrible. So I'm going to take a few minutes to get myself all the way together. Let the doors open up and swing back and forth as people start to fall on through. Get my situation right. Man, great fight. David Morrell Jr. handled his business. Who else did I watch? That youngster. I can't remember the Garcia, the youngster that went in there, the little young phenom. He handled his business for me. But overall, the fight that everybody wanted to see was time. So Ryan Garcia gonna be able to hold up to all the noise talking that he was doing and break it down. It's a beautiful thing when you get to see it as it unfolds live. That's right, JB. Matter of fact, man, I paid an extra $50 to be able to watch the fight because I had to work that night, so I gave one of my coworkers extra change so I can get in late, so I'd be able to stay home and watch the fight. D-Lo for boxing and fell into the house. What's up, D-Lo, my partner? Going on, yeah, hats off to you. You know why? But it ain't over till it's over. So we still got some rolling around to do. Other than that, I can't even complain about the fight card. I don't see how anybody could pretty much complain about the fight card from the other night. It had everything that you could ask for. Knockouts, good boxing. It had it all. Salute OG, Gil Cole's in the house. I took care of the Wizard last week. Yeah, man, I saw that. D-Lo took care of me, though. So I can't really get too happy. But yeah, I seen you handled your business, man. Good looking. You did what you had to do. D-Lo said, I paid $60 in the zone, took my shit, and gave me no show. I was meaning to ask you about that because I've heard quite a few people that was with the zone did not get the fight, even though they paid for it. And I'm hearing that the zone has hit a couple of people more than once for the fight. Like they pulling the page out of BLK Prime and getting a little extra money in their pockets. That's just not fair. That's crazy. See, I had to go to my backup service provider and spend another $5. What? Well, okay. I ain't going to dig into that. Easy work, OG. Easy work. That's what Gil Coles is saying. It was easy work on doing what he had to do against the Wizard. I hear you. Joseph Brown giving you some congratulations on your win. What else is there to say? D'Lo reversed the roles on me, took me back to the woodshed and beat my ass. So I won't be talking that woodshed talk no more. Even though I can say I didn't start off great, but I'm not way in the back in the 50s or the 60s like last season. I can say that I think I started off with a pretty good push. I'm not too far behind anybody, and I am ahead of some people. I got the OG Hennigan, Mike Henny, right behind me. You know, me and him tied up with 100 points each. I missed out on a few things. That David Morrell, that dude blasted that dude in 2 minutes and what was it, 2 minutes and 20 seconds? I'm not quite sure. Let me tell you, I caught myself cutting my DVR wrong, getting ready so I can make sure I record the fight and everything, sitting all up excited, you know. So I'm gonna sit back and break it down and look at it 5, 6, 7, 8 times, you know, in slow motion and all that. Come to find out that the fight didn't record because my granddaughter got, what was it, 50-some episodes of Peppa Pig? Just sucked up all the DVR recording. That, and my wife had that show by Tyler Perry's sisters, just recording all these episodes. They not even watching them. Y'all erased all that shit. Made me miss out on being able to watch the fight whenever I want to. Can you imagine the disappointment of getting ready to turn on something to watch it, and it just does like that? Terrible. D'Lo say it's early. Everyone is still in contention. Yeah, but last season, remember my first fight, you know, as soon as we started off, I was right in the cellar, right out the gate. My pick sucked. So, you know, I'm not complaining anything like that. It is what it is. Did you guys enjoy first of all, let me just ask you guys, did you guys enjoy the fights this weekend? That's what I would like to know. Did you guys like the fights? Did you see everything that you expected to see out of Tank and Ryan? Did Ryan surprise you with anything? Did Tank surprise you with anything? It's a few things that I picked up throughout the fight that I felt was kind of telling to me. Ryan eating that first punch that dropped him. After that, he kind of started folding up a little bit. He was different. He wasn't quite as aggressive as he was when he first started off. When old boy put that salute, Trey X in the house. The Wizard, Mr. Wizard, hell, Tootie the Turtle. Y'all don't know about that. Y'all, some of y'all might be a little too young to know about Tootie the Turtle. Might be just a little too young. I just want to let you know, Gil Cole's in the house. You know what I'm saying? The man that went to see the Wizard and got his 3 heel clicks and got sent back to the house as a winner. At least that's the way he broke it down to us. You know, he took care of the Wizard. I'm still shocked about it, but it is what it is. Congratulations to my boy Gil Cole. As I was saying, you guys, how'd you feel about the fight? I know everybody probably feel fantastic about the Morrell fight, especially those that picked him to win in the first round. I gotta honestly say that was my first time ever seeing him fight, and oh my gosh, was I impressed? That dude there, I don't know what to say about it. I appreciate the fact that he called out Benavidez straight away. He was like, I want Benavidez, and started looking for him like, where he at? Like he wanted to say it to him while he was in the crowd. But hey, I think that'd be a pretty good fight. David Benavidez and David Morrell. I think it should turn out to be a pretty good fight. That Morrell, man, I'm just at a loss of words for what I saw with him. Trey X said, we have an immediate rematch. Let's see if he can repeat the feat. Well, DeGio Coles, it's already out there. I just read it. Immediate rematch. Can you repeat what you did? Can you pull up the same spell book, block the spells that the Wizard going to shoot at you, cast your own, and come out on top again? Is that possible? Trey X says Benavidez versus Morrell is the best fight in boxing all day. I have no doubt about that. I think those two dudes will go hard at it. Like I said, I was so impressed with Morrell and how quickly he just dismantled that dude. And I'm saying that dude, I should be calling him by his name, but I can't even remember what the hell his name is. I guess it matters. I should know his name, but I don't. So what it is, what it is. Morrell blew his ass out the ring is what he did. Blew his ass clean up. But we have to sit back and see what happens. I don't think if nothing lays on Benavidez's plate and they can make that fight happen, I'm thinking that they should have it. They should go at it. Falca. Is that his name? Falca? Whatever it is, his ass was fouled out. Fouled out. When that man hit him and he fell up against that rope, and Morrell motioned to the referee, like Roy Jones that time when Roy Jones was beating old boy down, and the referee wouldn't come, so he was like, okay, I'm gonna give him some more. Whew. Man, boxing is brutal. Boxing can be brutal, but it's beautiful. It is beautiful. Man, I was so excited. I actually sat down before going to work because the fight ended in enough time for me to only be late like 15, 20 minutes. But since I paid somebody an extra $50 to hold it down till I got there, I rewound the fight and watched it again, thinking that I was going to come home after work and then just sit back and look at the fight a whole bunch of more times, and found out that I didn't have no recording space because grandbaby and the wife and used up all the DVR time. I erased it all. Nah, that's yeah. How y'all feel about that? I erased Peppa Pig and Sisters when nobody watching it any damn way. Yeah, Roy did that. Brian Bannon, Loma tried that versus Comey, but couldn't stop him. Nah, old boy, yeah. Roy did do it, but come on, Tori, remember his name. Morrell made it happen. When that man bounced him off that rope, it was over. There wasn't nothing he could do about that, Debo, except take that ass whooping, stick his chest out, say, I got it in and did what I tried to do what I was supposed to do, and got hurt. I got to say what a whole bunch of other people are saying, watching Ryan take the knee. You know, I think I was one of the first people in our group to say, man, Ryan quit. But I was educated about the liver shot. I was educated on where the liver is. You know what I'm saying? I'm not an anatomy person. I mean, what's the word? Anatomy. Yeah, I'm not. I don't know a bunch about the anatomy of the body. So I appreciate Trey X sending me that little link about a liver shot, where the liver shot is located, and seeing what Tank landed that punch. Perfect spot. Perfect spot. Looking at the pictures and every graph that I've seen, he pretty much landed the shot right on the liver. Not a little bit above it, a little under it. It looked like he pretty much hit him right on the liver, listening to how it could have a delayed reaction, cause so much pain that your body just say, fuck it. Your legs just say, man, I ain't finna stand up no more. Whatever it is you trying to do, it shuts down. So with that being said, I was educated. Let that word of him giving up, I totally take that off the table. Totally listening to different pros talk about what a liver shot feel like. Yeah. And then I want to just see if I could hit somebody one time just to see what it do. I do not want the favor return. You know, I'm one of those one-way kind of guys. Let me get the shot. Let me pay you for the liver shot and tell me what it feels. Say, all them kids you got, MZ, you know a little something. Huh? Oh, you talking about Peppa Pig and all that stuff? Well, yeah, you know what it is. But still, they hogged all up the recording time. They could have left me. They could have left me at least a couple of hours to be able to watch the fight over again. You know what I'm saying? But they didn't, so it is what it is. It is what it is. Ryan Garcia, after the fight, I'm gonna just jump right on it. His people left him out there to just flap in the wind. Joe Goosen didn't step out there with him as he took to talk about what happened or what didn't happen as he lost. Oscar De La Hoya wasn't out there. No, about anatomy. Oh, yeah, I feel you being funny. I know a little something because of the kids, yeah, but the stuff I need to know about a liver shot and all that, I was totally unaware. until everybody started letting me know, MZ, you kind of being, once again, you being a little too hard on the fighter. You expecting a little too much out of what you're looking at. But checking out Tank, he was talking to Ryan. He when he threw what was it? I think he shot a right at him, ducked up under the hook, stepped back, and started talking to Ryan, telling him, you slow. Reading his lips, that's what I recognized him saying. Listening to Trey X talk about it, say, oh, they talking to each other. It was just a great fight all around. I was perfectly set up on Showtime to be able to see the fight round by round, and I had the best play caller just right. So my TV and Marlowe's corner Trey X was synced just right. So when the fight started, he actually was starting to do his commentary. It was a beautiful night of boxing for me. I was smiling from ear to ear. I got to work. I was smiling from ear to ear. A lot of people coming in and out talking about how they enjoyed the fight that night. Some of the people that some of my customers that always talk to me about boxing was coming in, getting beer and just talking about how happy they were to see the fight. Got me a jug of orange juice here tonight. Trying to do a little something different. Other than that, like I said, man, y'all holler at me. How'd y'all feel about the fight? I've been through that before. I've been through that before too, trying to DVR shit hell. Back when I used to play NCAA, what's that, football, PlayStation 2, my boys say their games over my memory card and overrode my dynasty. I was heated. Oh, man. I know what you mean on that, D-Lo. PlayStation 2, I walked around with a memory card myself. Had my team on there, my season, my plays, because you can make up plays and have your playbook on there. A lot of stuff can go on that memory card. And it just sucked when somebody erase your stuff like that. We got stop. What's going on? It's got to be my boy Hyphy that fell into the house. What's happening, Hyphy? He must be at work, so I'm going to let him go ahead and get himself together. He'll pop in when he's ready. Congratulations to D-Lo and Lala D for completely dominating the field. Man, Lala D came out there like some kind of dragon. Just, oh my gosh, she tore the field up. Went in the first place and planted a flag like, yeah, now y'all come get this. And we're going to have to do that. We're going to have to go ahead and attack. Everybody gonna have to attack. We lost him, but I'm pretty sure he'll be back. Joseph Brown said, Trey, salute. Y'all boys called the hell out of that fight. These watch party niggas can't hold y'all jockstrap. Gil Cole said, I enjoyed the fights. I just got a new game console so I can save the world like Gil Cole's. What y'all playing? What console y'all on? And what is it that y'all saving the world with? But you're right, Joseph Brown. They did do a hell of a call. Fight parties. I don't know why they call them fight parties because nobody in there is calling the fights like that. All the fights, every fight call I heard sound like they need some A1 steak sauce on them or some 57 sauce or some hot sauce or whatever kind of sauce you put on your meat to make it taste better. Because that's what they need when they come to them calling fights. Listening to a fight to where I like to hit the fight set on Marlowe corner with Trey X, that's like a well-seasoned filet, 10-ounce filet, just well-seasoned, cooked to perfection with asparagus spears and a little garlic butter. And then you listen to those other guys, it's like eating a pork chop that your girl, you know how you get your girl, it's her first time cooking. That's when you find out she really can't cook. Pork chops is a little overcooked. Green beans or whatever kind of beans she cooked don't have no seasoning on them, just salt. The whole meal is just terrible. You got a lot of years you got to sit with her till she learn how to fight. You're going to lose a lot of weight messing with her. So, yeah, that's the way I feel about the other call parties. And what I listen to with Trey X there. It's just no candle held from those other guys. Okay, let me see. It jumped up on me. I know I said, PS5. Okay, Joseph Brown, salute, bro. Appreciate it. Trey X was telling me I was taking the beating the whole time. I'm thinking, I got a first place coming out of Lala D. Had a monster week. Yeah, D-Lo, every time Trey X, I think MC might got you, he might. I'm sitting there saying, shit, did I pull it off? Oh man, you put 37 points on me, bro. I really don't appreciate that. I am coming back for you. I'm just letting you know that now. I am coming back. Switching pre-order the new Zelda game that comes out next month. What? They still making Zelda? That used to be my stuff right there. I come put Zelda on the memory card and play it. My cousin Rob would mess with it, mess off all my lives. I had to start all over. He used to piss me off. Don't touch my shit, man. Go on, just move around, leave shit alone. You always putting your hands on stuff. Just leave shit alone. You know what I'm saying? Just leave it alone. Don't touch it. Got Big Bro in the house. He say, salute, family. Ernest Davis, a.k.a. Texas Timbo, a.k.a. Manny Draper, my favorite producer of all time, Big E. He say, hell yeah, Trey X, call the jewel right on par with what we have grown accustomed to. You can't, that's all you can say. If you come out and call it any other way, we complain. But it's hard to complain when you hit him with a 1-2 and all the numbers is connected and you can hear that energy, you can hear that excitement. I was crunk. I ain't gonna even lie to you. I was crunk. I told you I took some extra minutes to watch the fight again to be late because I paid extra for it. So why not get what you're supposed to get out of it? Dim's Designs in the house. What's up, sis? Glad you came on there. Kick your feet up, put them on the coffee table if you want to. Throw something in the chat if you want to. But we glad to see you coming in. And we appreciate you stopping by. Glad to have you as always. Where was I? Talking noise about Ryan. Ryan, people left him on the stage alone. All that noise they talked through the whole fight. Crying about the weight draining and all that. Kill all that crap. Just kill it all. I don't want to hear nobody talk about it. Don't bring it to me. I don't want to hear it. That man got beat up. He put up a good round. First round, he did something. But after that, after Tank punched him in the face, it made me think about Ryan sparring Rolly. And Rolly punched Ryan in the face. And Ryan kind of got on his bicycle when Rolly was attacking. Ryan would cover up and get to moving around the ring. He got on that, who did I see put? He got on that 10-speed swing and got to pedaling. And once Tank punched him in the face, Ryan started turning his back and covering up, which I am not a pro boxer. I'm not even an amateur boxer, but I'm pretty sure turning your back and covering up is not something they teach you to do. I could be wrong. I'm going to ask the expert Trey X. Is that what they teach you to do if you get punched in the face and it hurt, to just cover up and turn your back? Because if I'm wrong, please let me know. Someone asked me what I thought of Guzin instructing Ryan in the corner. I was like, I don't know what the fuck I don't know what the F he told Ryan. I was listening to Trey X. Facts. I don't know what he told him either. But I did hear him say, you don't train Ryan, you collaborate with him because Ryan has such a great mind. He's going to be a great coach one day. The man still hasn't said Ryan is a hell of a boxer, but he's sure talking about what his coaching skills are. I don't get it, but okay. Dealer 404, Rolly was all over Ryan like a cheap suit. So you saw the footage that I'm talking about. And that's what I kind of figured Ryan would kind of do. But it's hard to put that out there when the boy got he got a great amateur background. But I don't know. I can't say he just folded up because he was still throwing punches and he was still trying to do something. It just looked different after he took that punch to the face. And then Tank out there telling him he's slow, getting it. I think once Tank punched him in the face and then started out classing him, not letting him catch him with that left at all, that just took the boy's soul, took his spirit. And I would like to ask, because maybe I'm just reading too much in it, but I noticed that Ryan, he was throwing hooks and stuff. He shot like 1, 2, 1, 2. I think 3 or 4 hooks, a left or right, over Tank's head when Tank had dug down. I mean, he just was clean missing Tank, as if he wasn't used to sending punches that low. I don't know. I've seen a couple of good body shots that he happened to get sneak in on Tank, but for the most part, Tank just seemed to be ready for the left hook, and pretty much everything else that Ryan might have came off. Trey X said Ryan was coming off of a year layoff, and Tank was a well-oiled machine. It's jumping like a son of a gun. Was a well-oiled machine. Not an excuse, but it's part of the equation. I feel you on that. I think he should have went on and took that fight that he pulled out of right before Tank. He should have just took that fight to keep himself, like you said, kept himself in the groove somewhat, and he probably would have been a little bit more on point. But like you said, Tank was a well-oiled machine. That boy he looked like he was ready. I know a lot of people making complaints about what they saw the judges' scorecards had. You know, they was like, oh, the judges was getting ready to cheat Tank. Well, they don't need to think about that because Tank knocked him out. Tank stopped him. So don't matter what they had on their scorecards. He did what he should have did. He kept the fight from going into somebody's hands but his own. And with that being said, you know, I'm thinking that we all would agree to that's how you want to do it. You want to be in control of how that fight ends. If I can make you stop, make you say uncle, whatever it is, hit you in the liver, make you take a knee, I don't give a damn. If you stop and the count is made to 10 and you can't continue, bravo. And all I can say is, as Big E would say, strange to Tank for stopping Ryan. Strange. Now the questions are hurrying up. Oh, I even heard somebody say, oh, Tank cheated because he shut up. Just be quiet. I don't want to hear nothing about no weight drain. Tank cheated. I don't want to hear none of that. Just be quiet. Sit over there. Hold that L. Hold it. Put it on your lips if you need to so you cannot talk. Just be quiet. Ryan tried to make good on his second round knockout prediction and got fucked up. Yeah, he did press the gas and come out there swinging and trying to step the Tank real hard. I mean, he was stepping the Tank and got a little overzealous and did a rollie and led with the, I won't say he led with the chin, but he showed Ada vicious. He showed Ada good left hand. I mean, straight flush in the middle of his face, it looked like. Ryan's nose was bleeding. It was just, after that punches, it just went downhill from there. But he did try. I will give you that, Triggs. He did try to come out there on the second round, and he pressed on the gas, and he went all in, and got stopped. And people were screaming. I know I was like, whoa. My daughter was calling, talking about, Dad, did you see what Tay did to Ryan? She thinks she's such a boxing fan. I love her little self. She thinks she's such a boxing fan. Every time a fight come on that has a name that she can think of. My baby is a casual who is turning into a hardcore fan, but right now she's a casual. And as you guys were saying, when you hear people that's talking about a fight that never talks about a fight, then you kind of got something cooking. Dr. J was at the fight. I can't remember the last time I seen Julius Dr. J Irving at a boxing match ever. I think that was the first time I ever seen him at a boxing match. So he and Tank and Ryan had some stars at the fight to watch him. So you got to give them that. They did bring some. They brought a crowd out, and from the looks of it, from my TV screen, the place looked like it was filled up to capacity. So if anybody has something to say about that, once again, Tank and Ryan, with Ryan is Tank's dance partner and vice versa, they brought the people out to see them. And I'm starting to see that it's about the scalps much more than it is the belts. Trey X and the rest of the guys who have been saying that for a long time to me, MZ, fuck those belts. It's more about who you beat and not the belts. I am starting to 100% agree with you guys totally. So, he said he threw 3 left hooks in a row and got counted like when Santa Cruz threw 3 right hands in a row. Oh, yes, he did. Yes, he did. And I don't know. I guess, when you're in the heat of the battle, things going on, it's a fight. I don't know how well you can sit there and concentrate on doing certain things in boxing, because that's boxing. I'm nowhere close to being an expert on that. I know in basketball you can practice certain things, and you could consciously, I know consciously you could attempt to do certain things, because you can say, okay, if this happens, we're going to do this. But with boxing, it's so fast and furious, and it's just fast, and everything is coming in light speed. It makes you want. It gives me a more respect of the way these young men and women also how they handle their business in that ring, to be able to pick out something so quick, to know what you're gonna do, counter it, and put it into effect in split-second time. It is amazing to me. Always amazing to me. Anybody that has ever stepped into the ring and was taking it serious has a great amount of respect for them. A great amount. For anybody, I'm talking about kids to 7 years old to men that's 45 to 50 years old. If you stepped into a boxing ring trying to box and was serious about it, you can't do nothing but take your head off. Can't do nothing but take your hat off for them. So Trey X, you stepping into the ring, and everybody else that stepped into the ring that can hear my ear, man, y'all some special kind of people. Y'all some special kind of people, straight up. And I'm gonna leave it at that. It say, what's up with that Champ Ross? What that Champ Ross talking about? Big E. You want to know what the Champ Ross talking about? Y'all ring the bells, let it be known, put it out there. I had 100 points this week. Yeah, I had 100 points. That's better than 65. Was it 65 the first time or 95 that I had? Whatever it was only 2 digits. I was getting the brakes beat off of me that first week. So I'm not in 65th place or 63rd place. I'm not in nothing like that. My number is pretty good. Ain't no need for me to brag about it right now. It's a good start, and I'm going to build on it. But once again, congratulations to Lala D, D'Lo 404 Boxing. I believe they finished 1-2 or 1-3, something like that. They went hard. Lala D messed my head up as the fight was going on. She was like, she taking Tank in 7. I had Tank in 8. Why did I have Tank in 8? I should, but I did. It was what it was. Blew my mind when Tank got to stop round 7. I'm like, look at Lala Diaz. She done came in here and just did up there. She probably sitting at the house now with her feet up on the table, being bougie. I mean that in a loving, good way. Ernest Davis got 39th the first week. That's what Trey X saying. He said, okay then. Gil Cole's got a strong 11. Eric R had a great week too. He got 4th. He brought the smoke. Lala D was just on one. There you go. She was just, it was, man, she had everything cooking. She was getting bonuses and all, man. She had it going down. I got to give it to her. I might have to send her a candle and tell her to rub some paper together and rub her hands on it, send it back down here. Let me touch it before I pick my next picks. I need some of that Lala D fairy dust. It is hot up in this camp. What the hell is going on? Did somebody turn on the heat? I guess I'm a little excited. Anyway, anybody got anything to say? What's up, Hyphy? You all right now? Can you hear me? Can you say something? Let us know you with us.
Yeah, can you hear me, brother?
Oh yeah, I hear you fine, man. You watched the fight. I know you watched the fight.
Oh yeah. I had the pleasure of watching a fight around a whole bunch of casuals. You get me?
I don't know how that worked out, but I know everybody was screaming. Were they complaining or were they satisfied with the fight? I know I was satisfied with the fight. Tank did his thing.
Now, well, you see, when I'm watching around casual, so these people, they believe that the fight was going to be competitive, and they didn't expect to see somebody, as they would say, quit. So I would say overall they was a little bit disappointed.
Shit, I took it and ran with it. I was excited. I was happy. I ain't tripping at all. I'm gonna take the win however it comes. I have no complaints about how a person win anymore at all, as long as they not cheating. Tank and Ryan put on a nice little show for as long as it lasted. Only thing I can say that Ryan did, he robbed Tank out of a real knockout. But I guess getting made say uncle, hitting the knee and can't get up, to me, that's like a heck of a way to win. Because you can knock a person out, a person can get up and say, oh, it was a lucky punch, I'm going to come back. But when you get punched so hard in the spot where you just stuck, where you can't continue, I'm thinking that's got to be very fulfilling to beat somebody where they just can't continue. They pretty much saying, uncle, I give. That's
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was agreeing with you. It's like the ultimate submission.
Right. When y'all get to talking smack back and forth to each other, you're not even allowed to talk to me. You talk to the rest of the fighters or whoever else you want to talk to. But I made you say uncle. I made you say uncle. I made you quit. Simple and plain.
Or like
Hell of a fight.
Like when I was coming up, some of the older kids, they used to try to pick on some of the youth, and they thing was based like making somebody kiss their shoe.
What?
It's the ultimate feeling.
Oh man, I ain't never had nobody try to make me kiss no shoe when I was little. But then I was I can't use the word retarded. I was half retarded when I was young. Fuck that. I wasn't kissing no shoe. I'll burn down your house before I kiss a shoe. Straight up. Trey X said, Ernest Davis, 24, Gil Coles beat me. We have an immediate rematch, though. Immediate. He got to come back. Wait a minute. Does that mean Wizard? I'm just asking. I'm not no disrespect, anything like that. But does that mean that Gil Coles is now staying in the Wizard's castle? You got to go back and take it back. Is that how that went? I'm just curious. I'm just asking. I know D-Lo, he reversed that woodshed statement that I made about taking him to the woodshed and beating him down. Oh, he reversed that totally. I think he tried to set the new record for the biggest win margin. I'm glad I was able to pull that 100 points and only give him 37-point victory margin, because that would have been bad. I can't be part of the dude that had the biggest win and the biggest loss. That sucks. That's the last dragon. Sure enough, kiss my shoe, Leroy. Good night, y'all. See y'all in these YouTube streets. Okay, Dimps Design. You have a nice night. Get you some rest, and we'll see you whenever it is.
Oh,
Peace, my sister.
MZ, about that statement about your daughter and casual.
Right.
Honestly, it's already we could call her a hardcore right now, because if she could talk about Javante and Ryan, well, hell, she could do the same as what these so-called hardcore fans do.
I can give it that, because I know for a fact Tank. She likes Tank. She likes Shakur. She's okay with Devin. She's not that high on Devin, but she really likes Shakur. She likes Tank. She crazy about Wilder. She loves Earl Spence. She eyed with Terrence Crawford. She likes the Charlo brothers. You know what I'm saying? She got a nice group of fighters that she can actually talk about. Trey X said, Dimps Design, thanks for stopping by. It's always a pleasure, sis. Always. Doors is always open. So yeah, Hypey, my daughter's, she got a group of fighters that she like, and she kind of following Big Baby Anderson. She kind of like him too. So I give her that. She's moving up, because she picked up boxing once I started doing my first videos. She took an interest in it, and she's been riding with me the whole time. She calls me up and, Dad, you gonna watch this fight? You gonna watch this fight? I'm like, yeah. She's been trying to get me to come to Austin for the last couple of months. She wanted me to come up there and watch that fight. If I could have been able to if I was able to get off the whole day and go up there, I would have went and watched her. With her, scroll up, you missed my other comment. Oh, my bad. Oh, he said, Trey said he won't be there for long. His rent's due. He finna have to get up out the Wizard's castle. You heard that, Gil Cole? You about to get evicted before you can even change the furniture around. you got to say about that, pimping? I'm just saying, I ain't trying to start nothing. I'm just asking questions. See how you feel about the fact that this man said that you ain't finna be in the castle that long because rent's due. You ain't got your rent? That's terrible. All I can say is, well, you be back out in these fighting streets of Champ Ross if you get kicked out the castle. That's all I can say. Anderson has an opponent lined up for a Toledo bout. Oh, really? Who is he fighting? I can let my daughter know that she could be looking for her heavyweight to step on out. Step on out and do something.
Man, I'm going to go ahead and give your daughter the stamp of a hardcore. Look, she got the same knowledge as some of these motherfuckers that can hop on the panel and be on the panel for, 12 hours a night. She could talk about the same fighters. So she a hardcore to me. We just going to call her on, one of them pro-black boxing.
Oh, man. Well, she like David Benavidez. She like David Benavidez. She not that how.
Well, Benavidez is black. Look at his braids.
Boy, stop.
Piece of the black woman that did Benavidez here.
That might have been his gal. She might have surprised and had it. She might have those skills like that. But yeah, I give it to my daughter. Now check this out. She said, "Dad, when I get myself cute and everything, I'm gonna come on the show and be on your panel so we can talk." I said, okay. You're gonna just take you a spot on the show. That's good, baby. Go ahead and do your thing. This just in. Big E says, Gil Coles, yeah, here I come. Look like Gil Cole being called out. But he said, OG, I own the castle. About to build a pool in the back. So you're going to put a pool inside the moat? I would like to see that. That seems to make a good picture. Got a moat, a pool, and a castle. I see you going over there. You just finna start redesigning that man's castle like that. The sheer disrespect to just dig a pool in somebody's yard. You only been there a week. But if you feel like you can hold it down, do your thing, sir. But I hear the wizard is working on some new spells right at this moment to evict your ass. What you gonna do?
Hey, Gil Cole's walking around that bitch. He drinking out of his coffee cup. He done took the nigga classic R. Kelly CDs, put them on the front, scratching the CDs up. He done took the man HDMI cord when he left.
Man, walking around just spilling chips and stuff all on the floor, not picking them up, leaving food everywhere, just tearing the place up. I hear they having a party tonight. So, Hyphy.
Yeah. We still on that fight.
Man, because it was so much that happened in it that I saw. Because like I said, Tank was telling Ron he was slow, but it was another when they got together, it was a couple of punches through. Tank hit him with something. When he stepped back, he kind of smiled at him. Ron had this kind of goofy look on his face. D-Lo44 said Jim Anderson versus Zan Kozbolski headlines July 1st ESPN card in Toledo. Zan is ranked above Jared Anderson in the WBC. That's not him. That's not that dude. Triex says hashtag keep running y'all mouth. That's all he said. Big bro say, little bro ain't having it. Y'all. Well, I'm not running my mouth. Actually, I'm just reporting. So the words that's coming out right now, it's not really me. It's like what Gil Coles is really saying. And Hyphy just helping me relay it. We ain't talking noise. Hyphy ain't even in Champ Ross. I'm just saying, the man in there messing up your curtains, drinking out your glasses, messing with your chandelier. He all in the crystal china cabinet, messing with dishes that you don't even have out. Why he messing with all that stuff? He just in there having a party, smoking all the rooms that you say you shouldn't even smoke in. He just disrespecting the place. Totally. Joseph Brown say, Hyphy so much for Rick Glacier reports. They're reporting 1.4 million and counting. What? Have you heard anything about that, Hyphy?
Well, I'll say this. First of all, when you say they, who exactly is they? Because people like Boxing Scene, they have put out an article talking about numbers, and they won't list the rider. But as far as like the numbers and all that, listen, Rick Lacer is the king of numbers. He the original one who was releasing these numbers. So we sticking to the original method. We going by what Rick Lacer say. That's all there is to it. Next comment.
Okay. Derek Bailey in the house. Say salute to MZ Talks Boxing. Man, salute right back at you. Glad to have you in the house. He also speaking to everybody else. Trey X, D-Lo, Gil Coles. It's going down. I'm getting Spike Lee taunted. Wait a minute. Taunting Reggie Miller vibes. I apologize for Saturday early, Gil Cole. Oh, man, this man said he going to go ahead and let you know he's sorry right now for having to tax your ass coming up this week. And he's saying salute to Derek Bailey. Y'all do know I'm super, super, super excited because today is Tuesday. Tomorrow, Wednesday, I'm off. Thursday, I go to work. Y'all know I'll be out of here Friday. So my next week picks will be coming from Hawaii. That's right. I'll be in Hawaii making my next picks. So I'll be sitting on the beach, sipping on something. I don't know exactly what I'll be sipping on, but I'll be sitting out there watching the waves as I go through my picks and try to come through like a juggernaut and step myself up. See if I can't get a better situation. We got Jesse Aguilar in the house. I didn't even see that. Well, salute to Jesse Aguilar if he in here. I see Trey X speaking on it. If he in here, salute to you, bro. I'm glad to have you in the house. Doors always open. You welcome. Joseph Brown saying, he said, yep, they did. Yep, and they are saying Ryan is responsible for over $1 million by himself because Tank usually brings 200,000 to 300,000 at the most. Dang. So that's what it is. Ryan brought all the folks in to see the fight. Well, congratulations, Ryan. That's all I can say.
Hey. That's the dumb stuff they like to do too. I remember the Errol Spence versus Mikey Garcia fight. You had somebody, kind of a popular name who was running around these streets because he was there as well. He was saying Mikey Garcia was responsible for like 37,000 of the fans, and Spence was responsible for like 19,000. Now I'm like, how the hell did you get that information? Like every time somebody like punching who they here for when they buy a ticket or enter the building, come on, man.
Hold up. Am I saying this right? Let me clean my glasses real quick. This coming across the ticker. Odds for D-Lo 404 boxing versus MZ rubber match. D-Lo negative 275, MZ a plus 200. That would mean that D-Lo is the favorite. I can't have that. I can't have that at all. I'm gonna have to come on and make something now. Fuck no, that's not how it works. That's what D-Lo 404 say. That's not how it works. Negative, boy, really? I'm a plus 200. Ain't that a bitch? Have a couple of off days, and next thing you know, the boxing gods, the betting odd gods decide to make you an underdog. I'm hurt right now. I'm hurt. I'm feeling it all down deep by my ankles. But it is what it is. I'm gonna make a comeback. Those Hawaiian vibes is gonna give me what? Oh no, I gotta put some picks in this week. Who am I going against this week? Are the odds out about who's facing who? Because whoever I'm facing gonna have some problems this week. I'm bringing nothing but drama. Nothing but drama. Don't matter who it is. Don't matter who you put me up against. It's straight up drama. Jesse Aguilar, he say, congratulations, D-Lo 404 and Lala D. Congratulations. Lala D kicks ass. I'm just going to have to say it. Straight up. I know Jesse Aguilar is in champ. Let me go ahead and throw a wrench that man's way right now and get it over. Oh, shut up, Shakur. Just stop it. Let me go ahead and get this together right now. Jesse, there you go. You go ahead and handle that. Okay, our brother is now part of the situation. Congratulations, he part of the Wrench family now. So it is what it is. Now, everybody getting along just fine.
Yeah, what D-Lo was talking about was, people gotta understand. It's not like one guy, he got like a minimum amount of pay-per-view buys that he brings to the table. It don't work like, okay, Gervonta is 200,000, Ryan is $1 million. Well, if Ryan was $1 million, he would have been having pay-per-views before, right?
I would think so.
Yeah, if he would have been getting, let's just say 500,000, they would have been had him on pay-per-view. People don't understand it. It's just like I know you're a basketball man. You get a lot more accomplished when you come together as a team. It don't make you, twice as better. No, you could be 5 times as better if you play as a team. People don't understand it. I'm tired of them doing that dumb stuff.
Well, you can't account for the way people's minds work. They gonna say what they gonna say. It's gonna always break down their way. Long after we gone, it's gonna break down their way. So you just got to go with what you got to go with.
And respectfully, that's why I say, your daughter, I'm gonna give her the hardcore boxing fan badge, because she probably would know common sense not to do that. And the people that's doing it is the people that be on YouTube every day.
Right. Dito said, I was saying that that's not how the pay-per-view breakdowns goes, etc. Them clowns just popping. Then Treg said, sometimes I do be talking a little too fast. He said, you just read the odds to your match, brother. You just read. What are you talking about? Who you facing? I did do that, didn't I? I'm going to have to stop smoking. Because I did read my odds and say who am I facing when I just read the odds of who I'm facing. My bad. Let me slow down a little bit. It's the matchup. It's the build-up. It's the perception. They also promoted the heck out of this fight. It was promoted. I would say this fight was promoted well. It had a few years to simmer, to get the flavor into it. Ryan and Tank, they talk quite well when in the build up to the fight. They talk their stuff. Ryan talked his stuff, said what he needed to say, got people all into it, had people betting money on it. Ryan's going to win. Ryan's going to knock out Tank. I don't know what made them feel like they wanted to give their money away like that, but I guess Ryan talked a good enough game to make people believe it. And then you just got those that just wanted Tank to lose. Same deal like used to be with Mayweather. They just want to see the dude lose. I can't really think of 2 other fighters right now that has garnished that kind of attention. I know 2 that garnished that attention that right now is not deserving of it, so I won't even speak the name of that dude from Nebraska, but it is what it is. They say if you need to go you need to go to a different strain, MZ. Sample packs. Magilla Gorilla coming soon. You can say that, homeboy. You can just leave that right where it is. Just leave that right. Nobody want that.
Well, see, that's the thing. When you get fights this big, when they promote it to the public, because they're not trying to promote these type of fights to people like me and you, MZ. Me and you, we gonna watch, Rigondeaux versus Casemiro. You watching Muhammad Ali, you gonna watch all the fights. So the people that they promoting these fights to, of course, they want to promote it as this is a fight you must see because we don't know who's gonna win. It's a 50-50 fight. So yeah, that was, that's the reason why a lot of people were confident in Ryan winning, even putting bets on him and all that. Yeah, it was promoted to him like that.
Yeah, it's quite shocking that you threw Ronla out there real quick like that. You must know I like kind of looking at that girl. She all right, but she ain't Clarissa. And she ain't Michaela. She damn sure ain't Alicia. But I'll put her in there with the cute girls. I'll put her in there with. It's another cute. I can't remember this lady's name. Sad.
She's small or like
yeah, she one of the smaller girls. It's a big girl too. Just kind of. I'm like, man, I'm almost like. I don't even know what to say. I got to be careful what I say. My wife might run in here and try to stick me with something. Keep on talking noise. Nah, baby, I'm just saying they're nice looking ladies that can fight. That's all I'm saying. I don't want no trouble. D-Lo say, absolutely. We are not, excuse me, we are not the target audience. If we were, Spence versus that dude would have happened 4 or 5 years ago. And I guess, you know what I'm saying? All I can say is, Spence tried everything he could to get that fight going. And it's just not happening. So, I don't know what to say. Maybe D'Lo should talk to his favorite fighter and see if they can get something going on. D'Lo full boxing. No, we would destroy him anyway. Wait a minute. I got to know what they're talking about. Who they destroying? What's happening? Your wife might slip in there and show you what that liver shot do. Ooh. Good thing that she far away. She can't come do nothing, but I better keep my mouth closed because I know she do be on here listening. Oh, so you talking noise, huh? Talking noise. Okay, I'm going to take care of that when it's all over. It is what it is. I'm ready, though, baby. I got a jab that'll keep you away from that liver. I'll keep you at the end of that tweet. Get off. Get up. Get back. Get back. Follow it up with that 1-2. And that's about all I got.
While we they still touching on it, we might as well bring up the ugly. So now we've been reading these reports about the quote unquote mole that was in Ryan's camp. How you feel about that?
I honestly don't think anything about it. It's kind of bullshit to me because it come out per se after Ryan took the loss. So you taking digs at it. If he got stopped in sparring, big deal. We shouldn't know about it if he did. How Tank know? I don't know. Don't really care. It made good conversation when they was arguing about it on Instagram. Was it Instagram or Twitter? One of them they was arguing on. Whichever one that they could talk to each other while they on the same video. They was arguing about that. But I'm not gonna let it skew the fact that Ryan lost. Fair and square. Whatever happened in sparring, it happened. He could have got knocked down or stopped and came out there and won the fight. Would we be talking about him getting hurt in sparring? Nope. So I'm gonna let that one go by me. I don't care. I really don't care about it. I really don't care. The fight was the thing that we were all interested in. We were not interested in what was taking place in sparring. So I'm gonna leave that to those people that want to complain about it, because that is, it is kind of like trying to put a black mark on the fight. If people try to pick it up and run with it, that sucks. Oh my gosh, is that scrapbook boxing? Yes, it is. He says, peace to the panel and chat. Congratulations to my sister, Lala D. Great to hear, brothers. Cook classy and smooth. Just like Marlo's Corner. 2 great channels. I greatly appreciate that, Scrapbook, because I'm at your channel a lot. Scrapbook Boxing is joined us at MZ Talks Boxing. We appreciate that. We got the historian, the man who puts it down. I gotta throw a wrench to Scrapbook Boxing before anybody says anything. I got to do that. Thanks for stopping through. He said, don't care about. Wait, Joseph Brown say, don't care about it. Ryan was classy at the post presser, and in the ring. F these conspiracy theorists retards. Oh my goodness! Tonight is a night of all nights. I'm waiting for Scrapbook name to pop up so I can give him this wrench. What the hell is going on? Wait. Why is his name not showing right here? Let me go back up. I got it. Oh, there it is, right there. Scrapbook Boxing. Throw this man a wrench. Scrapbook is in the house. Man, salute. Trey X, they salute OG Scrapbook. Salute to the historian. Hope all is well. Scrapbook Boxing coming from Gil Coles. For a Scrapbook salute, I will be listening to the Harry Wilder senior videos at work tomorrow. In fact, let me share them onto my Facebook group now. Oh, I missed your comment. Let me go up. I'm sorry. The supposed mole is there it is. The supposed mole, I can't say his name, 4.5 on the scale. He fights this weekend. Is he on the chat roster list? I have to look at it and see. Appreciate it, Trey X. I'm trying to keep up with everything. I'm trying to pronounce and make sure I get everything right. But I gotta say, we got my brother coming in the house. We got Old Beast from the Track Titans coming in. What's up, Old Beast?
What's good, fellas? What's going on?
Man, we in here talking boxing like we usually do. Salute, keep all the classic historical fighters and stories alive. That's coming from Joseph Brown. Eric R. fell into the house. What's up, Eric R.? Everybody speaking to everybody. So what's up, bro? How you doing?
Who, me? Oh, I'm good, man. I just looked on there. I had gotten back. I forgot that you had sent the link through. So I was like, you know what? I forgot. I got to get on here and log on to this show. So it's good. We out here chilling out in the country.
Uh-huh. Well, we got Hyphy on the panel with us. What's up, Hyphy? Y'all know this is Obese, the guy on the Yo Cypher. I drop bombs like I drop landmines like storming Normandy beaches. Y'all know it, man. Oh, really? Kool-Aid? That's what we got going on?
Yeah, man. Tropical Punch Lemonade.
Yeah, okay. So anyway, we talking about Ryan Garcia and everything that went on this weekend. I'm asking Trey X because he didn't say salute Trey X, Gil Coles, MZ, that Dr. Dre of Track Titans. No, I have to give if somebody gonna be the Dr. Dre of Track Titans, that's gonna have to be Big E, man. Big E track making skills are way ahead of mine. I'm still learning. That man is eons ahead of me. So I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave that title to him. I'll take something like, I don't even know what a lesser producer name would be on there. We lost Hyphy, but I'm sure he'll be back. Big E say, "Oh, what's up, bro?
What's good? I'm trying to figure out. I can't see everyone's comments. I guess I got to remember how to work this mess. So, what's up, Big E? How you doing, bro?
Oh man, he didn't come in here. What's good, people? Let go. Okay, there it is. That's you wrote that in the wrong.
Oh, okay. Well, that's to you, right?
Yeah, I don't want to try to talk to you right now.
I don't see nowhere else to put it though. That's it.
It should be a chat running right there. You know what I'm saying?
I don't see nothing. I see Scrapbook Box and put thumbs up. That's what I see.
That's who you talk to right there. You talk to him like that. Oh no, you see that on the screen. My bad.
Right on the screen. That's what
you will
saying.
figure it out. I'm sure you will figure it out.
I am. So if your whole show shuts down and shit, I'm gonna apologize, but I'm clicking buttons.
No, it won't be shut down.
I'm gonna click something. Something's
you gonna click, but you ain't got to worry. If anything you're gonna do is kick yourself out. That's about the most you can do. So you don't have nothing to worry about. D-Lo 404, the comeback kid. Congratulations. I can't believe Eric R just coming here. Eric R, really? We got a rematch. We got the rubber match coming up this week. I'm gonna go ahead and plant my flag right now and let it be known. I am appalled that I am the underdog. Can you believe that? Can y'all believe I am the underdog? I feel like since we went back and forth, I should be the favorite, at least by 2-3 points. But he did put a good whooping on me this week. This is what have you done for me lately? And lately I ain't done shit. So yeah, I ain't gonna even taint D-Lo's win. He handled his business. Whoop circles around. Had me out there just looking crazy for no reason at all. So it is what it is. I say, respect that Trey X. Oh, they talking to each other. Man, I can't. I'm kind of giddy right now. I feel like I'm kind of giddy. I had Champ Ross come through one week. Then I got Jesse Aguilar but then they have Scrapbook. Come on, man. That's saying a lot. Scrapbook? I'm tripping. Hyphy the Rebel. That man changed his face so many times, I don't know what to say about it. So, you didn't get a chance to see the fight, did you?
I saw the highlights.
Oh, that's
true. I didn't catch it, but I saw the highlights. I seen that good. I seen enough. I seen and heard enough. I don't even think I was looking forward to the comments after the fight. I just wanted to see how it's always fun to see someone have to be forced to be humble. That's what I look forward to seeing afterwards. So
hey, when you made to have to be humble, when everything you say about a person switches around and comes back at you.
Yeah. And it's ironic because, you know, most people, like, you're quick to hear someone say, like when his case, the little bit that I did catch was, you know, he was like, I have no excuses, you know, I couldn't get back up, right? But then I swear, like, shortly after, he was talking about how he didn't feel well because he had to go up in weight or down in weight or something like that. And I was just like, there go the excuses. Just take that ass whooping and call it a day. He was a better man than me. He hit me in my gut. I almost shit myself and I was down. Maybe next time I'll get him. Call it a day. But
to say you don't have an excuse and then the next,
it's got to be hard to talk so much mess and then lose.
Yeah.
That's the equivalent of I no disrespect, but, and then they go on and be disrespectful.
Yeah, I feel you. I do feel you. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like this week, you know, I did a lot of talking. I talk mad cash, you know, to Debo, and now I got to be humble. I'm gonna still kick his ass when we go up against each other again because I think he had an egg weight in his glove. My water was spiked. There's a lot of stuff going on. That's how I'm coming. But yeah, he's gonna have to be ready. That's my book of excuses. I don't have no excuses. I'm just saying, you know, I think he had egg weight in his glove, and you know, I felt a little funny after I drank my water. So, you know, y'all can take it as you. I ain't making no excuses. I'm just saying these are the facts in my mind. You say they have to talk noise to sell a fight. It was a pay-per-view. Yeah, true on that, and I understand that. And I will say, for the most part, Ryan did take it kind of humbly. You know what I'm saying? It's never easy to stand up and have to talk about taking a loss, especially after you talk to great games.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? That's always hard, and that goes for any sport. Any sport you go in and you talk that cash, if you come out on the wrong end where you end up getting beat, yeah, that humbling situation is there. The only thing that kind of bugged me is Oscar De La Hoya, but Bernard Hopkins wasn't up there with him, or at least Joe Guzman. You know what I'm saying? At least one of them should have been up there with Ryan to show, you know, hey, we still support our fighter, even though we took a loss. We still support our fighter. But you know, it is what it is. Rolly was a man in his loss, Eric R. You know, he caught, I was winning that fight. You know, he just caught me. He caught me.
You know what? I just spit Kool-Aid on my screen, man. Messing with y'all.
And I thought that you can't hold stuff in your mouth. Yeah. You know, I was winning that fight. That's what Rolly said. I was winning that fight, you know, and you know, I got caught. You know what I'm saying? Look, we gonna do it again. We're gonna do it again. Rolly is one of the best talkers to me in boxing that they have. He can talk that shit no matter what's going on. The odds seem fair, MZ. Am I skipping anything? I hope I'm not skipping anything. Okay, yeah, I'm in the right spot. The odds seem fair, MZ. I did, but wait, what? Y'all on that ass for that dominating D-Lo comment. The odds seem fair, MZ. I did, but some yonder on that. I guess that should be youngster on that ass for that dominating D-Lo comment. Who said they were dominating D-Lo? Man, y'all better leave D-Lo alone, man. I'm the only one supposed to be messing with D-Lo. That, you know, that's my banter partner. Unless he's trying to say it was me, I don't remember making no comment like that. I don't remember that at all. He said, "Whoa, that went left real quick." Hey, you got some you got your screen cleaned off? Maybe if you put that Kool-Aid down, you be all right.
I'm good.
Okay. So I'm gonna be in Hawaii. Wait, y'all gotta help recognize. Wait a minute, what did that say? Wait, why is it coming up faster over here? Put some yonder. I don't know what put some yonder is. You know, that's kind of super old. We gotta help you recognize context clues, OG. Yeah, help me. Help me, please help me. Cause you know, I be slipping sometimes. that's just how it is. I can't be expected to be on point on everything. Some things, yeah, but not everything. Why is this behind like that? I'm not getting it. So I can chat in the area, but I don't see anything in the comment area. Oh, that's terrible. What we at up here? So MZ, you better start stringing some dubs together. They saying you looking like Glass Joe out here. Whoa. See? Eric R. right on cue with the comedy. They can't say that. They can't say I'm looking like Glass Joe because there's people behind me. I remember on Punch Out, Glass Joe was the first person that you beat up. I ain't the first person. So, yeah, yonder means distance. I feel you on that. But I'm going up yonder. That's the only yonder I know is from the gospel. But, yeah, I know it means distance. Appreciate you. It's just coming from D-Lo that I don't know what kind of 37 points. I don't know what distance he's talking about. I'm not going to even pretend like I don't. That 37 points is really aggravating me right now. The more I think about it, the more aggravated I'm starting to sweat. It's sweat beads forming on my forehead right now. Because I feel like D-Lo, this week, player. Man. This week. I'm going to have to step my game up. I can't go to Hawaii and be in Hawaii with the results coming in talking about I lost. I'm going to be in Hawaii with the results coming in talking about I kicked ass. So when that's what's going to happen. I'm going to have to bust somebody up. Are we having trivia night this week, Trey? Just asking. Just want to know. We having trivia night because I really want to be there. Yonder equals space, distance, gap, sauce, or large margin of victory. Yeah. Whatever, D-Lo, whatever. I'm going to go ahead and let that be what it is. Whatever. I don't even want to speak about what you got in your blunt tonight because somebody going to say, MZ had a bag of Reggie. Knowing damn well I had no bag of Reggie. I had to take another picture of the bud and put it in there just to show that this ain't no damn Reggie. That's what it is. What happened to all my people? Yeah. I'm doing trivia tomorrow night. Okay. Yeah. Big E was saying that. Big E had told me that y'all had said y'all was going to do trivia. So I will be tuned in and listening and trying to type some words in. That's delicious. Good stuff right there. So, anybody got anything new to spring on me to want to talk about? Because I can talk about it was more than Reggie on that plate. Yeah, Gil Coles, thanks to you. Thanks to you, it was more than Reggie. What no Reggie on that plate? Why you keep trying to say? You know what? Y'all gonna stop disrespecting my smoke game. Reggie. Come on, man. Don't do it like that. Don't do it like that at all. I ain't brought no Reggie in over 20 years. That's right. How long it's been, bro? Big E? Big bro, how long it's been since we messed with some Reggie? Hey, MZ, look at it this way. If you get TKO'd again, you are still in Hawaii. Look at it this way, D-Lo. I'm not getting TKO'd. Matter of fact, what you saying is going to come right back at you. You're going to be sitting there saying, I don't know what happened, man. Sometimes I be slipping. I start off good, and I start slipping back. Well, you can start your slipping early. Transmission giving out, whatever it is, you ain't got no snow tires on your tires. I don't know, on your ride. Maybe you need some snow tires. Maybe you need some tires that's going to go through the sand. Whatever you need, get it together because I'm coming. I'm coming hard. I'm coming fast and relentless. I will not let up. I will not stop until I've crushed you under my feet and sweep you into a pile behind the woodshed and throw pecan leaves and stuff on you. How about that? What's the fights this week? Honcho in Mexico, made in Mexico. Eric R. It can be. Hold up. Is the Honcho in Mexico? Is that for me? No, that can't be for me. Because I'm pretty sure my bud came from Cali. At least that's what they told me. It came from Cali. I can't prove that it came from Cali because I didn't drive with them to go get it. But they telling me that it came from Cali. I'm just saying. You definitely got action in winning. I'm just saying, if you don't win, at least you are in Hawaii. Like I said, I am not. Let me repeat that. I am not gonna be taking no loss in Hawaii while I'm out there trying to be player with my wife on side of me, you know, grandbabies running around doing, you know, I can't be taking no losses. That's just not gonna happen. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to put it on you, D-Lo. I'm gonna have to put it on. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna make sure I go somewhere in Hawaii and find out where they dig the hole and cook stuff in the hole. That's you this week. That's you. Y'all get y'all plates and stuff together. I'm serving spicy D-Lo. Ain't nobody gonna have to worry about no crow. We're gonna have spicy D-Lo smothered in onions and gravy. That's right. Set it up. Marlo called my avatar Trey Heyman. I mean, my advisor Trey Heyman. Who Eric R going against? Whatever it is, it's going down this week. I'm excited. I done fell in love with the Champ Ross again. I started off liking it, but the way you guys made it morph into something else, I'm loving it. Stop skipping my comments or I'm going to start making crime videos talking shit about you. Ain't that how it's done on YouTube? What comment did I skip? I completely thought that I have read. You definitely got. I read everything you said while I skipped. What did I skip, D-Lo? Oh, he complaining about, was no Magilla Gorilla on that plate? So you really don't have yourself shit. Whoa. First of all, your Magilla Gorilla is something made up. First of all, pimping. Second of all, I got plenty. I got a whole bag of ass kicking. Just mark. Says D-Lo 404 boxing. It's already packed up. Kick D-Lo's ass. Get to Hawaii. I'm going to just bust it out, have it land on the beach so when the results come in, I can just sit back and say, baby, I told you. I was going to have to do this, man, like that. But nobody wanted to do. Nobody wanted to listen. And y'all going to respect my game. Somebody going to respect my game. Like I said, I did something. I am not in 56th place. How about that? I am not in 56th place, 50 anything. I have moved up tremendously from last season. So things is growing. Things is getting better. I'm starting to get my legs up under me. Things is going like they supposed to. So that's what it is. He said, I saw a baggie of Kell Brook on that plate. Thanks to Gil Coles. Gil Coles got some kind of connection. That's what happened when you're in Florida. You be connected to stuff like that. You can get a whole bunch of Kell Brook. A whole truckload of Kell Brook. Yeah. That was the straight. Oh, see, that was the same. That was some straight Georgia pine on your plate. Don't know how the hell you got a hold of it, but that's what it was. Oh, really? So that's how you coming at me? You coming at me like that? First of all, Mr. That was straight Georgia. You don't even smoke. So you talking about different strands. I don't even know why I'm giving you the chances to even get up under my skin when it comes to talking about the bud. Because you don't smoke. So I'm going to just let your comments roll off my back as I roll up one. How about that? Yeah. Kell Brook and Georgia Pine. Nah, Gil Cole, stop it. Don't give him no, don't bag him up with that. Now, he said Georgia Pine and a bag of Oscar. That's what happened to Ryan. Ryan got Oscar De La Hoya. Like, would we call him getting Oscar De La Hoya? Or would we say Ryan got Bernard Hopkins? I'm still trying to figure it out. But I know he was on his knee. He was bending the knee like his, like the great Oscar De La Hoya, the Golden Boy. The Golden Boy. Everybody got something. That Reggie has your throat scratchy. Don't sound like my voice scratchy to me. Sound like I'm sounding pretty good. La, la. Yeah, my voice sound pretty good if you ask me. I'm rolling right along. I'm going to take all of the Reggie shots and stick stems. And that picture didn't even have no sticks and stems or seeds in it. Except for what Gil Cole photoshopped in it. Beautiful thing, beautiful thing. It is what it is, though. You know, I'm going to take it. It is what it is. Sometimes you're on the winning team. Sometimes you're on the losing team. You just got to take it as it comes. People going to throw stuff at you. You got to just have thick skin to block it. Like I'm doing. You are right. I don't smoke. Never really been my thing. But me and the green have a long history and used to have a beautiful relationship for years until we didn't. Well, me and the green still got a beautiful relationship. Me and the green been around longer than me and the missus. And the missus was friends with the green for a minute. So, you know, me and the green and the missus and all the little babies, it is what it is. Y'all gonna leave my, you know what? It is what it is. Let me go ahead and roll this up. Hyphy, can you speak to the people for a second? I gotta pull me a cigar out. They got me sweating over here.
Yeah, I'm back. You hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah. So another thing that happened on that card that night, Morrell, y'all seen his fight, the co-main event. That was a very, very impressive display for Morrell because it was the perfect thing. You had him in front of a lot of people that might not be familiar with boxing, but what better way to convert at least some of those people to your fans by coming around with a real wicked knockout.
Allow me to say I had never seen him fight. That was my first time, and I was impressed.
Is it?
Yeah, that was my first time catching Morrell. Remember, I haven't been able to see a fight. I haven't been able to see a live fight in a long time. Every time I've been talking to you guys, I've always had to go back and try to find replays of it. This was the first live fight I watched in a long time, since last year.
Oh, so then, yeah, you can attest to, what I'm saying right now because, I definitely heard a lot of people saying, we don't know who that guy is, but that guy is cold. Or, he cold. And they remembering his name and now. So that's like the perfect type of fight. That's exactly what you would want to happen if you are matchmaking and putting together an undercard. That's going to boost his profile a lot.
Well, I know he got me. He got me as a fan. That dude, that got some hammer fists, both hands too, and he don't look like I know he don't have that many fights. What is it, like 8 fights that he got? But he looked like he ready to bring the business. He really looked like he ready to bring the business. Roster Clyde Hyphy, when are you coming to Champ Ross? I want to personally welcome you into the league. Oh, Eric, I'm calling you out, Hyphy. Don't let him get away with that.
Oh, man, I'll be schooling that nigga. He can't put no whipping on me, boy.
Talk your stuff, man. Talk your stuff.
I know.
That's the best I can do. I can't do it no better than
that. So yeah, that was a real good, impressive thing for him. Now I want to ask anybody out there. I know D'Lo is one of them, but so there seems to be an issue with some people. If you were trying to purchase the pay-per-view through the Zone, it appears some people had an error trying to purchase the pay-per-view. Did anybody else run into that team?
I know D'Lo said he had a problem with it, and I've been seeing things where other people were saying that they had a problem with ordering the fight through the Zone. Some people say they didn't even get to fight. Some people say they would charge more than once. But yeah, D'Lo did say that he had to go to his Bag Up channel in order to watch the fight.
Yeah, I mean those are typical things that happen. But yeah, I only heard it from the Zone. But so I was at a fight party, a Mexican birthday party, and we was watching a fight. So my brother he wanted to order the fight, have a nice convenient for everybody, but he tried to order the thing, and I guess the payment went through, but it wouldn't show up on when he tried to turn it on. So luckily I had my Android box. We hooked the thing up and we streamed it. But during that time, 2 of his neighbors come and they said, basically we over here because we tried to order the fight and it just wasn't working. So that's 3 people just under one home alone that had that issue. So I can only imagine how many more had that same issue. Look on the thing, see D'Lo having the same issue. So I'm like, boy, that's wicked.
Yeah, that's not a good thing. That's not a good look for the Zone for sure. They're gonna have to fix that if they want to collab. If they're gonna want to collab with Showtime or ESPN, they're gonna have to fix their end where people can see the fights. They can't just be, they can't be doing that BLK shit. I'm sorry, that's just what it is. People. So I'm just wondering how many people really had to spend money that didn't get to see the fight, and how that's going to affect the numbers.
Yeah, so in situations like that, it's charged back. So there's people, they'll definitely be credited in those numbers. Technically they won't count towards the stream, but it's just real, unfortunate because those are people that actually wanted to purchase the product. Who, these people, they might purchase one pay-per-view every once a year at most, and they were willing to spend their money, and they just couldn't get what they were trying to pay for because of the service itself. That's pretty unfortunate. It leaves a bad taste in their mouth, even if they are going to get refunded.
Yeah, I know it would leave a bad taste in my mouth because I'm like, dude, I didn't get to see the fight that everybody's talking about. I'm just sitting here listening to it. I spent money to see the fight, and I didn't get to see the fight. That's the prelude of that's the precursor of what's gonna happen this weekend. Big E said, "What's the big fights this weekend?" I'm just jumping around. It was real smart for them to bring Falco into the short notice after Senna got snatched. And then he said, Hyphy been on Champ Ross for years. When he finally puts together a good season, he would tell y'all what his name is on there. Oh, he said you in there hiding up under a different name.
Melinda Earnhardt Lewis.
Oh, shoot. Say Forms had to say today, sound like the Zone had the BLK Prime team handling their orders. Sounds like it, huh, Eric R? Collecting money and not popping out the product. I got a sorry D-Lo email from Dazan. DMMF be stealing. So they sent you an I'm sorry email? Oh, bad. Joseph Brown said on the Zone, pay-per-view really is dead. Big E saying, so what's the big fights this weekend? The Zone been doing shit like that, D-Lo. Jesse Aguilar, I had the same problem with the Zone and ordering it last minute. I had to log into it on my phone to verify. Then it refreshed. So you did get a chance to watch it, Jesse Aguilar? And I'm hoping D-Lo will hear what they said. He said, I paid on PayPal via
Roku.
PayPal via Roku. So I'm disputing it multiple ways. I paid on my Roku too, but I paid through Showtime. And it went through with no problem at all. It actually went through, then they gave you instructions on how to go to the next channel so you can watch the fight. I don't know if the Zone gave you instructions on how to pull it up on yours, but Showtime gives instructions on how to watch they pay-per-view. You know, they want to make sure that they people get the product that they're looking for. I don't know what the Zone does, but, you know, it is what it is. Trey say, Ernest Davis, no big fights this weekend. Discord. Yeah, I said Discord, D-Lo. I don't know how I messed it up. Oh, because it's Discord right there. He said, yeah, I put the email in Discord. Appreciate it, little bro. I started to ask them, what bank can I cash that I'm sorry at? Oh, that would have been a good one. He said, Jesse Aguilar said, yeah, it gave me an error message for a minute, but it came on after.
And see, this thing that, we've been saying ever since this whole app era has come about. Listen, fam, man like Jesse, he had to refresh the thing upon his mobile, but who, like if he having a fight party, like where we was at, we had over 100 heads at that party. You can't watch no fight on no mobile device. You want to be able to hook it up to the big team. So, we got to just keep in mind, Showtime, they've been putting on pay-per-views for at least 2 decades. The Zone, they've had, probably less than 5 pay-per-views total. They still getting their shit together. But it came at a very unfortunate time.
Very unfortunate. He said, the Zone do a lot of fuckery with the limb. I'm gonna leave that one alone, D-Lo. God dang, Trey Young smoking on that Celtic pack tonight. Clutch 3-ball with a second left. Oh, that's right. They got basketball going on. Stopping you guys from watching basketball. Unless we count Williams Zepeda versus Jamie Arboleta as a big fight. He talking to Big E with that one. Man, I tried everything to get that shit to play. They just hit my boy D-Lo up with no Vaseline. That's all.
And Trey, everybody I was bumping shoulders with, I definitely tried to tell them, y'all want to watch the guy that's fighting next week. Saying, pretty much similar weight class. Williams Zepeda, that's a guy, I was around the Mexicans. That's somebody that they would really gravitate to if they seen him fight. So I was promoting his fight next week a lot. Yeah, that's a real exciting guy. I don't know if you've seen him, MZ, but, this dude, he really, he put the punches out there for you. Real, just, entertaining Mexican style.
Right. I learned my lesson on that youngster Garcia who turned around and what was it?
Asher Garcia?
Yeah, was it 30-something fights that he 30-something days that he turned around and had another fight?
Mm-hmm.
And went out there and handled his business. He made me a believer. And D-Lo say good for them Hawks. So y'all let me know what's going on in basketball. I didn't realize that I was cutting into the basketball time. Y'all have to forgive me on that one. I ain't been watching hoops. So I don't know.
Yeah. You know what? I don't know if you noticed. I know you don't watch the basketball much, but what be pissing me off, having me vexed? You got these, big men. We'll just call them big men. These dudes, Joel Embiid and Anthony Davis. These dudes is like 7 foot, supposed to be centers. These dudes hit the ground like a point guard. All throughout the game, they constantly hitting the floor. They trying to do layups. They boxing out, getting tripped and stuff. Have you ever seen centers? Have you ever seen centers hit the floor that much?
To be honest, that for the big men, because I think it kind of alludes to them how they get hurt quite a bit. You know what I'm saying? You just have some big men that have that type of thing going on. Brad Dudley, he stayed injured a lot. There's quite a few of those big boys that stay injured. It could be the weight that they running around with, because they tall and slim don't mean that they not kind of heavy. And then you banging with some guys that might not be as tall as you. The center of gravity is different. Trying to block out certain people, you can't lose your footing and hit the ground. You know what I'm saying? The ones that I can't even say the ones that really practice it a lot to stay on it. The ones with the better footwork don't really hit the ground that much. Like Akeem, you didn't see Akeem hitting the ground that much. You didn't see David Robertson hitting the ground that much. You didn't see Tim Duncan hitting the ground that much. Patrick Ewing, Alonzo Mourning. You can go down the list and find guys that had decent footwork that was able to stay on their feet. Anthony Davis now, I think the thing with them is because they're so used to like shooting jumpers and not really playing in the paint and banging that part of the game. It starts to show itself when it starts to happen. You start to see those guys starting to hit the ground a lot and get injured. So yeah, I've seen it in my time, but guys with the better footwork seem to stay upright a lot more than the dudes that don't have the better footwork.
And MZ, when it comes to those guys, just like a heavyweight, it takes more energy out of those guys, when they on the floor for them to get up.
Yeah, well, sure. When you banging against somebody that's trying to bang for rebounds and stuff like that, that takes energy anyway. You trying to stop a little strong bull dude that's trying to get to the ball like you trying to get to the ball, and then you steady getting up off the floor. Yeah, that does cause you to have some issues with it. That really does. Say, man, I tried everything to get that shit to play. They screwed me. Good for them Hawks. They say, okay, Arbadella, I think that's right. Arbadella is no joke himself. Hopefully he gets a full count this time, unlike his last fight against Frank Martin. Yeah, that would be good. Might even cause me to get some extra points on Champ Ross so I can take the 4-4 off of D-Lo. Folks were complaining about the possibility of Tank facing William Zepeda. I was like, that should be a damn good fight. Right now, I think that, Ryan and Tank open the door. Hopefully Tank start moving in the direction to start getting these fights. We got Joseph Brown sliding into the building. What's up, Joseph Brown? All rise, as my boy Trey X would say. All rise for the honor.
To check in with y'all real quick.
What you got for us, bro? What you got for us?
Nah, we're just gonna touch in with what Hypey was saying about these tall guys, these centers playing soft as putty basketball. Part of the problem is that some of them were once point guards, and so they got that guard mentality playing the big man. And Anthony Davis is one of them. He went through that was like an 8-inch growth spurt.
Yes.
He was like 6'1" playing point guard, and then came back the next summer, and he's playing center. So his mentality was never of a big man. Still isn't. It's hard for him to grasp that he has so many mismatches and he just don't dominate.
That makes good sense. And I do remember hearing about him used to being a point guard and having that great big growth spurt. It's a few of those NBA players that have went through that. And now that you bring it up, that's a great point. You know, you started off as a point guard, and then next thing you know, you got the height of a center, and you haven't been playing like that. So yeah, you're gonna miss mismatches and everything when it comes down to it, because you're right. That's pretty much not his makeup. His makeup is as a point guard. But still, at some point, damn, you got to decide that you want to start dominating. Well, you know, I'm gonna leave that alone when it comes to these athletes and how they think about how they want to dominate. Because everybody don't want to dominate. He's kind of friendly around this motherfucker.
And that's another thing, you know, the mentality to go on as far as they don't have that dog mentality. A lot of these big men, they don't have it. I don't see that mean streak.
Yeah,
I don't see them.
Big men used to be like, you come in the paint, they'll put you on your back.
Nobody's fearing any of these guys when they're in the lane because they don't have that kind of, they don't bring that kind of aggression.
So you know, this is the thing. One of the reasons why you didn't see, you know, guys in previous eras, at least the centers and power forwards hitting the ground that much, you don't always have to leave your feet. You actually advise as a big man to not leave your feet unless, you know, you're going up for a rebound or a dunk. And the thing is, those guys, they were taught to, you jump straight up.
Right.
Nowadays, you know, you see Anthony Davis, he, you know, doing like a finesse type layup, you know, 10 feet out. Same thing, you know, Embiid. You know, this dude 7'1", and he's trying to do these like fancy layups, and then you know he's falling under people, or you know, getting tripped up while he's in the air. You was like Shaq, he jumps straight up and down. That's it. And when you play like that, you don't have to leave your feet unless, like I said, it's a dunk or a rebound. That's how you keep your ass off that hardwood. These dudes, it's like Embiid. I mean, you know, yeah, he's a big man, but it's like he don't know how to play like one. This dude be like it seemed like something just still wrong with his back. He always got like this tilt to his back. Like, you know, he played like his back be hurting still, but just the amount of, like, if you watch any Embiid 76ers game, just count the number of times that dude ends up on the floor. It's disgusting.
Yeah, D'Lo said you. Oh, go ahead, Joseph.
And to piggyback off of what Hyphy is saying, he's making a very good point. Even Shaq had to be told not to do that dumb shit because he was trying to, you know, be more of a finesse player. But he had a father who literally chewed his ass out for trying to do that shit. His father slapped the shit out of him for. He's like, "What you in there being soft for? You better get in there and dominate, dunk that fucking ball. Don't be trying to lay that shit up at the rim." And that's what a lot of these guys be doing, man. They be trying to have a finesse game. Like that finesse game shit, you don't need to have it. I mean, you have so many advantages with your height alone, and just being close to the rim, you have a higher percentage to make more baskets, easier baskets, get fouled. And especially if you're a good three-throw shooter like Habib is, you could just go ahead and be down low and just make easy baskets, get fouled, and go to the three-throw line. So, I mean, these guys just don't want to play like the position is supposed to play, and you have so many mismatches that you could exploit and draw more double teams and kick the ball out and have a lot more open shooters in space on the wing, but they don't want to play like that.
Well, I won't say they won't. Well, I guess it's a mixture of them not wanting to play like that, and it also not being pushed by the coaches that it needs to be played like that. For one, like you keep saying, like you and Hyphy saying, a big man is not supposed to leave his feet. You 7 foot, one thing like playing defense. Perfect example. You 7 foot, you playing defense, you make yourself straight up and down. First of all, when a man shoots the ball, he has to bring the ball up to you. Why are you jumping at him or leaning into him. He has to bring the ball up to you. You have a little more time to watch that man rise and make a play on the ball. But for some reason, they don't do that. They want to jump, fall for up fakes and all this kind of crap. Stay your ass on your feet. Rebounding and dunking the ball pretty much is the most times you're going to be jumping up a lot. You in the paint, 7-footer, you don't have a big distance to go to, especially when your head is 7 feet. When you raise your arms up, you're that much closer to the rim. But, guys don't play like that. They don't have that in them. They don't have that they don't have that fuck it. It ain't no way you going to stop me when I'm in the paint. You know what I'm saying? Shaq turned into that. You ain't going to stop me when I'm in the paint. Akeem Olajuwon was that. You're not going to stop me when I'm in the paint. You literally going to have to foul me and send me to the free throw line. And these guys don't have that in them. At least I don't see it. Eric R. said Embiid actually was advised to learn how to fall without breaking his fall to avoid injuries when he was getting injured earlier in his career. Okay. And then D'Lo said David needs to be in a bubble like Zion. Wow. My bad. I misunderstood. For real, D'Lo, them two for sure, Big E, going with him on that. I don't like it, but he's been playing more and putting up numbers, so it's what it is. Guess NBA putting pressure on refs to extend the series to give Embiid more time to get his knee right. Y'all better take advantage of that and win some money. Wow. I wish Embiid would have studied Kareem. I believe he is actually one of those special talents that has the touch and capability to learn and do the skyhook. That skyhook is no pump. It takes a lot of reps to do that skyhook. A lot of reps. A lot. And a lot of guys don't want to learn how to do the skyhook because it's not pretty. It's not live. But that skyhook is, to date, one of the most unstoppable shots that has been put in that has been used in the NBA.
Hey, pretty. Seeing a 7'1" nigga fall on the floor 20 times a game ain't pretty.
I'm just saying, the first thing cats think about when they get on the court, do a fly layup or see if they can dunk. When you go to the courts outside or to the gyms where they play pickup, what do you always see? Guys trying to dunk the ball and trying to do some kind of fly ass layup. Then the game started, nobody can shoot a jumper.
Hey, the one dude that should have been a reference for all these dudes doing that shit, Blake Griffin. Yeah, that dude, he was jumping through the roof and all that. But look at how, his career, his prime got cut short. Blake Griffin, he came in the league. He was trying to jump over everything, jumping out the gym every time. He didn't know how to, stop doing that stuff sometimes. And on top of that, he was flopping. So, yeah, ruined his knees real quick.
Yeah, sometimes your style of play that you bring to the court, if you're not sturdy enough, it will break you down. The way some guys play, it causes them to break. It breaks them down. That's just the luck of the draw. Sometimes you just can't help it. Some guy, if your mind is totally into basketball and being better, you always thinking of different ways to score easier. Some guys just don't get that. They just don't.
And you got this one guy, I know you're familiar with him, Ja Morant. The way he's playing, he's going to be on his decline at about 28 or 29 if he don't.
Who you telling? Hyphy? That's what I see also.
Oh, his play is too rough for his body?
Man, this guy tried to jump over LeBron last night.
He tried to what?
He tried to jump over LeBron last night.
Trying to get that highlight reel.
Now, mind you, it's like a 4 or 5 inch difference between them in height. He's gonna try to dunk over LeBron.
Trying to get that highlight reel. Everybody want that highlight. You gotta trend on Twitter. All that kind of stuff. Vince Carter had them Adrian Peterson jeans. Adrian Peterson.
It's just unnecessary sometimes. MZ, it's like, you want to complete the spectacular play instead of just
making the
just
play.
making the play. Like, there's no need.
But you know, this is the time of this is the times of highlight reels and trending and all that. You can't trend if you don't do something spectacular.
But here's the thing: the man is already injured, and he's still trying to do shit like he's not injured. You know what I'm saying? Like, why you initiating a scenario which you don't have to initiate? You already got an injured hand. Every time you fall and hit that hand, you screaming in pain, but yet you still trying to go up for the highlight play.
Well, in a coach perspective, the coach is gonna look at that and be like, kudos to him, pat him on the back because he's trying to play through the injury. But as a player, through a player's perspective, you have to figure out, okay, in order for me to stop hurting myself, what's my next thing? You got to have other things in your bag. And like we say about boxing, you got to have more tools in your tool bag when you step in that ring. Same thing on the basketball court. You got to have a lot of tools in your bag. You can't just be out there with just a catch and pull a jump shot, because that ain't going to get you far if a motherfucker playing some cold defense. You gotta have other things that you can fall back on. And these guys, some of these guys don't have that. Or if they do have it, they haven't learned how to dig into their bag and use those other tools. But, you know, basketball is a perfect example when you matching up, when you talk about having tools in the bag. Boxing and basketball, I say go hand in hand. Those tool bags have to be full of stuff. I can't speak that much on football and what kind of tools they need to have in their bags. But basketball and boxing, both of those stand real true. Hey, man, you got to have something else to go to. If that first move you got stop working, you got to have a second move. You got to have a third move. What you got when you go in the paint? What can you do from the outside? What can you do at mid-range? What can you do up close? All that stuff counts. And it counts on basketball just as well. That's why certain players end up, you say, oh, they start off good, and then the next thing you know, they on the bench more than they are in the game.
AMZ, like not everything you said is definitely correct. But what me and Joseph talking about with these dudes, it's not even that deep. We talking about just like basic fundamental shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Anybody know a big man, yeah, you're not supposed to be leaving your feet like that. If you a Ja Morant point guard, you're not supposed to be trying to dunk over the most athletic player in the league. Like, we talking about basic fundamentals that these niggas don't understand. That's what makes it sad.
Basketball IQ is lacking, and it's like you see that LeBron is setting you up for a charge, and you play right into it by thinking you could just jump over this man. It's like, why even do that? Now it's a turnover going the other way. Momentum's done swung from your side to his side, instead of you possibly, you know what I'm saying, making the right play and actually pushing your lead up. Now your lead is going back down because you're supposed to be the leader of the team and you doing stuff like that.
Yeah. To kind of say that, how long has Morant been in the league now?
He's been in the league long enough now, MZ.
Yeah, I'm just curious. 2 years, 3 years?
It's been longer than that.
His fourth or fifth.
This is fourth or fifth year. Oh yeah, so he should be turning that corner where he realizes that you can't jump over everybody in here like this is college. You know, a lot of guys, some great stuff they did in college, they think they're gonna bring that to the pros, and they have to realize that when you step into the pros, it's a whole new learning experience, because these guys have perfected certain tricks, certain little things that they do that you weren't privy to in college. They stronger. I won't say they much faster, but they faster. But you better believe they stronger, and a lot of stuff that you might try is not going to work. To see a man setting up for a damn charge, you're right. From bitty basketball to the pros, that's stupid to stay straight go at him, unless you know you could jump like Vince Carter and jump over a 7-footer. But then on the same note, LeBron and the rest of these guys, well, I won't say LeBron, but a lot of these guys ain't going to stand there and just except you trying to embarrass them. So yeah, the foolishness on his part. That boy Eric Austin. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to read these comments to keep up so we don't get too far behind. He said, Eric R. said, yeah, Morant going to be like D Rose. The fat boy is Zion too. He'll be out the league soon playing above the rim. Wayne so much. Well, he can I think Zion could still stretch his career out because he don't, you can't take away from the fact that he can jump like he can jump, that part. I don't know what his weight problem is, why he can't get to a what would be a comfortable weight for his size, but he could turn his game into a below the rim kind of game with a wide body like Zach. What was his name? Zach Parker. Was that his name? Zach Parker, the big dude that played for.
You're talking about Randolph. You're talking about Randolph.
Zach Randolph, right? He didn't have an above the rim game, but because the way he was built, his size and everything, it allowed him to do things below the rim, but he could still score. So, it just depends on who these guys have as their teachers and their mentors and how well they're willing and open to listen and learn.
Joe, let me cook this nigga real quick, Joe. This damn, I seen like a media day interview with Zion because he wasn't going to play like the play-in eliminator game, and so even though I guess he's like pretty close to healthy, so he was being interviewed and they was asking him why he wasn't going to be able to play. He said he'd rather, instead of him like trying to come back and play for the team and not have a good game, like not be able to play at the level he left off at before he got injured. He said that he's scared that will mess with him mentally if he can't play at that level. So instead of him taking a risk to come back, he said he in a better position just to support his team from the sideline in an eliminator game.
Can't win with him, can't work with him, can't play with him, don't want him on my team. Get this nigga from around me. If I was the Pelicans after this season, his ass is out of that building. I don't need nobody like that on my squad. I don't care how talented he is. Get him out of here.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's not even, I can't even fathom thinking like that because playing sports, if you're a starter, that's a pride thing. Once you get to starting position, that's not something you're trying to give up. And not playing in the game, only time I never played in the game, I had strep throat in college, but coach wouldn't play me. And I had hurt my back in high school where I just could not play. Those are the only times that I gave myself up to say, I just can't play. But any other time, if I could get on that court and felt like I could help that team, I was out there. You'd have to, it was pretty much a fight to not let me get out there. Dude, if I can't score, I'm going to play defense. I'm going to get rebounds. I'm going to do something to help this team. But to say that my mental capacity is not strong enough because if I can't do this, then, I get in my own head, that I don't know what to say about that. I don't want to say that's weak, but that's weak.
MZ, I would have, as soon as he showed up during the game, and I think I would have been fighting him if he'd have came in the locker room as soon as I saw him. I would have made it a point for everybody to know that this nigga, I don't want this nigga around. I don't want him on. I can't play. This nigga ain't somebody that should be in the locker room with me, ever. Either y'all get rid of me or y'all get rid of this motherfucker.
Joe said he gonna put hands on Zion. Get your ass out of here. Go back out there and sit on the bench. You ain't trying to do shit anyway.
Shit, I give his ass to have a mental breakdown. I give him a reason to have a real mental breakdown.
This just it. Teammates fighting inside the locker room at halftime. I feel you, man. I got into it with a few players on the team, but it was because they wasn't balling like they were supposed to. Bitch, quit shooting all the time. That type stuff. Morant's athleticism is Haney's jab, or the Ryan Garcia hook. That he said is Morant's athleticism Haney's jab or Garcia's hook.
Yeah, I'll answer that. I think that's a understatement because to me, Devin Haney don't got like no super wicked jab like that, and Morant, he's definitely an athletic point guard. And shit, we seen last Saturday night when you put somebody like a Ryan Garcia up against another good player, that so-called elite left hook don't look so fucking elite no more. Just like his power didn't look as wicked as it was made out to be, and you definitely seen that his speed ain't what it was made out to be.
His speed was nullified. Tank was just as fast as him. Tank actually told Ryan while he was in the ring that you slow. Tank told him, he said, you slow. You slow. And man, we just jump right back to that. But Big E said Morant should have passed the ball when he took that fall. He should have passed that ball instead of being stupid. Eric also said Kobe learned early on there's 10 top plays on SportsCenter. You lucky to get 2. So he cut down on doing too much every game. Then he said that's that Ben Simmons school of thinking what Zion's doing.
Well, here's the thing with Morant, though. Morant, he doesn't understand the difference between playoff basketball and regular season. Regular season, they're gonna let you. They're gonna have the lane wide open for you to go through there and have all these highlight plays. But in playoff basketball, they're gonna foul you. They're gonna hurt you. They're gonna make sure you feel it every time you get to the basket.
Right, because now it's win or go home. And the longer you win, the longer your checks come. So yeah, playoff basketball, playoff football, and baseball are all different from the regular season. I guess the only time boxing is different, I don't know. Boxing got to be pretty brutal and grueling all the time. I don't think you can look at a match one way. I think you have to look at all matches in boxing the same way. But you're right. Basketball, when y'all in the playoffs now, some of that stuff that you was getting away in regular season, it's not gonna float. They got guys on the team that they whole job is to come out there and mess you off when you come to the hole in the playoffs. Go out there and get those quick 6 fouls. We've seen that happen plenty of times. But basketball, everything is changing. The games are changing, the players are changing. I guess we got to go with what we got. We're gonna keep enjoying the sports that we like to watch. We're gonna have to go with what they give us. It's bullshit, but it is what it is. So yeah, as you were saying, Hyphy, jumping back to the boxing because I got all the reading of that done. Yeah, Tank, in my opinion, he nullified Ryan's speed because he was. Now we know he faster than Ryan. He was prepared for the left hook. I think Ryan may have got in a half-hearted left hook. No, that was a right hook because he caught him with that. Yeah. I didn't see the left hook. Did the left hook land at all that night?
I seen it land. It wasn't, just like that perfectly, flush shot. And that's not because Ryan wasn't in range. That's because, like I said, you finding somebody who actually, has some ring IQ. He's not going to let you just catch him flush with that shot. But yeah, he did catch him Javante on the end of that shot, and Javante took it like a G. But Ryan, he's so used to people, really being staggered by that. That's when you seen him getting pretty excited at the beginning of that second round, and he just started throwing that punch more and more. So yeah, it just goes to show that hook, that power is there. Don't get me wrong, but it's not like, oh, as soon as I touch somebody with that punch, he's going night.
Yeah, I can see him hoping for that. And Tank shut that shit down. Calvin Ford. You see Calvin Ford got a big old tattoo on his back with Tank?
Nah, I ain't seen no shit like that.
Dude, I think he unveiled it to Tank at the fight. Because Tank was like, well, none of their team knew he was doing it. The old man paid homage to Tank by putting Tank on his back.
I'm sorry, it just be little shit like this. Like, well, I'm just not a fan of Calvin Ford. Even prior to that, I just never thought he was a good trainer. But I don't know, it's just some,
I wish.
Go ahead.
I wish you would have never told me that, MZ.
Why? I
Because
look at it. I
it's
look at
just
it.
it's just making the relationship sound more funny to me.
See, I look at it like this. You know, have anybody seen Tank's dad? I've never seen a picture of the man or really heard him talk about him. The only person I've ever heard him refer to close to a father figure is Calvin Ford. So, you know, I don't look at their relationship in any kind of strange eye, except for a real mentor, a dude to have love for this young dude. You know, I know it sounds strange for men to have love for other men, but that shit is possible. Not in a gay way. You know, if this man been looking at this guy from age, how old he say he was when he was sleeping in front of the gym, 7, and he 28 now. He been in Tank life a long time. You know, I just looked at it like that. I was like, dang, he really got love for this boy. I can't look at it no other way. Unless something comes out to make him say, oh, shit. You know, but right now, it is what it is. Eric Carr said, top playing with my youngin. Not top playing. He said, I saw a video. Huh?
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to read that Eric Carr said he saw a video with Tank's pops. I've never seen it. So, yeah, you let me know where I can go look at it. But I've never seen it. I've never heard him talk about his dad. It's always been about, you know, he's always talked about Calvin Ford.
Hey, speaking of trainers now, so, I mean, what's the chances of Joe Goosen getting fired now? What y'all think?
I think he might still be around. I think he might still be around for the simple reason, listening to him say that you don't train Ryan, you collaborate with him. We'll have to see. I think he'll be around, though. Because Ryan's ego has to be stroked, too. I kind of realized that his ego wasn't getting stroked over there with Canelo and those people over there because Canelo is the man over there. Ryan wants to be somewhere where he's the man. And right now, I think Joe Goosen was giving him that. You know, you the man here. You know, it's all about Ryan. You know, he telling Ryan when they was punching, that's a middleweight jab right there. That's a middleweight jab that you're using. His power is so scary. He damn near sounded like a yes man in the videos. I know he got a great boxing mind, but I think Ryan needs that coach that's gonna be like, hey man, it's this, period. Fuck what you think. He need one of those tough love coaches. He don't need one of those dudes that's. I could see Reynoso couldn't give him enough energy, give him enough time. Cost Canelo. I could see Canelo sucking all the air out of the gym. I can see that. I'm pretty sure anybody can see that because it's Canelo. So yeah, Ryan went somewhere with, you know, probably went somewhere trying to figure where he could find his spot. Ryan needs to find a spot where. Dare I say, I can't even say where he needs to find a spot. I'm just letting him look for what he needs to look for. Eric Carr said by Joe making that comment, he is sabotaging him getting with a real trainer. Yeah, I guess you could say that too by saying he got to coach his mind and you collaborate with him instead of training him. Because yeah, why are you signing up as a trainer and you're willing to relinquish your training duty?
Yeah, I noticed that Joe, he wasn't at the post-fight presser with Ryan, so to me that was telling. And you know, based on just some stuff, you know, you're gonna have some people say, "Oh, it was the wrong game plan. Ryan didn't look like he was ready at all. It was a mole in the camp." Ryan went into that fight, you know, off like a year layoff. Why he didn't have like a tune-up like Gervonta? To me, those things are going to be used, at least in, you know, public, to justify why Joe is not a good trainer, not only for Ryan, but at all. And to me, that's going to be, you know, that might be a reason that he's let go. Plus, you know, it's always good to put some blame on somebody else.
Right. Out of all the things that you just mentioned, the only one that I would give a little credence to, but I would have to say, well, that's your mistake in your strategy, is him stepping out of that fight that he was going to have before he fought Tank. That's the only thing I can say that he made a mistake. Like Trey said, Tank looked like a well-oiled machine, and Ryan wasn't there. That's the only thing I could point at. But all that other stuff, trying to make those excuses, they not gonna fly. That stuff can't fly. Especially the mole in the camp. The mole in the camp, just because a motherfucker in there watching you do what you do, if you ain't doing it hard and doing it like you trying to win, so what? Tank know that you coming to throw punches and fight. He still gotta stop you. You know what I'm saying? So that mole in the camp, that doesn't fit at all. You know what I'm saying? What exactly is a mole? What is he telling Tank that they can like, oh yeah, we can use this to our advantage? What? That motherfucker throwing punches like you throwing. You gotta stop him from throwing punches. So, you know, that mole in the camp thing, that's just dumb to me. I'm not giving any credence to that at all. That's the way I look at it. Eric All said you were literally telling people he's not coachable. Oh, snap. God dang, I dropped my blunt. Lala D, the lady that's holding the #1 spot in Champ Ross, has decided to bust the doors open to come in, and she says good evening.
Hey, salute, Lala D. I don't want to see no falter come this week. I want to see that consistency continue. I don't want you to have one good week, one great week. I want you to follow it up.
Lala D said, I'll be back and forth, about to make some pistachio butter from scratch. Then she gave me the MZ with the black heart. Lala D kicked ass this weekend, Champ Ross. #1. I mean, she got, 159 points? She went hard, man. She went off. You know, she deserves all of the kudos that can be thrown her way this week because she did her thing. She did her thing. She can actually say, I'm looking in the rearview mirror at everybody. She said, yes, sir, Joseph Brown, all rise. She in it to win it this season. She not letting. So that's what you're saying, sis? You in it to win it this season? You here from the end to the beginning? Because I rode the whole time, lad. You welcome, man. You welcome. You know, I'm going to always give everybody their props when they come through here. When you do something that's prop worthy, I got to give it to you. I got to give it to you. I just lost I lost the only other 6-footer in Champ Ross, so we can't even team up this year. Joseph Brown left me in here with all these people under 5'11".
Yeah, life has said I need to take a hard look at it. So I got some things I got to take care of. So I'll catch y'all on the next one.
Oh, I understand. When life calls, you have to answer. You have to. There's nothing else about it that you can do.
Yeah, I understand this tournament stuff. I mean, anything related to boxing, it could just be real, challenging. And plus, people like us who actually love the sport, like we start trying to look up, okay, this fight is going to be on a Champ Ross team. Yeah, you might actually start becoming a fan of the guy. Next thing you know, you didn't watch 3 of his fights, looking up his amateur fights. So, people got to understand this, this is like a hobby that people already love, and it could just take so much of your time. Some of us, we can really sit back and watch boxing all day, you know what I mean, and be pleased. So it's fun, but like I said, it could be a gift and a curse because you got to be doing your homework to succeed in those fantasy teams. And even though, the prize money, I don't think nobody's into that for the prize money. It's just, the love of it, friendly competition. Myself, I was at a volleyball tournament trying to watch the Joseph Cordina fight, for example. We all got love for this boxing stuff, and, hell, it plays a part in our everyday lives.
Yeah, because I'm a fan of Garcia now, and Morrell, too. I'm a big fan of him. That dude, they hammered that boy. I still see him hammering that boy.
Speaking of Garcia, did anybody see the subtle stuff he was doing in that fight? He was parrying.
Yeah.
He was parrying the right hand when he was on the inside. He was being defensively responsible. He was pivoting out of range, and he was throwing shots to the body. He was coming back up with the uppercut. He was doubling on the left hook. He was doing a lot of good things in that fight that you want to see from a up and coming fighter.
Long and the killer thing to me is, he kind of at a glimpse when I first looked at him, he's not kin to Mikey Garcia, then, is he?
No.
Okay, I don't want to see racist and people be like, "Oh, MZ trying to say they all look alike," but he kind of favored that family to me.
Yeah, and this is where you start to see like some of these channels where you start to see where their lack of boxing knowledge, it's on full display when they'll call something like that boring. It's like you don't even understand what you're seeing.
Now that was a good fight. That was a good fight. He was working on the inside. He worked all around through that fight. And he took a couple of punches. He showed he got some whiskers. He did show that.
But he was rolling with punches too. It's like even when he was getting hit, he wasn't taking nothing that was making his head snap back. He was actually rolling with the punch.
Right. I feel what you're saying. He was motioning with that punch. Instead of taking it on flush, he was taking some of it off by rolling with it. I got you. I got you. That's what old boy needed with Morrell, but Morrell just, dude, I'm so impressed. 2 minutes and some seconds, and he took that dude out. La D came in there and called 7 round on tape. Now it's gonna be round 7. Stole my damn points from me because I needed Tank to at least let him make it to round 8. But no, I got 100 points out the deal, so I ain't tripping. I ain't in last. I ain't in first. I'm somewhere in the middle. All hail to those that did better than me. Excuse me, I'm chewing on the taco. Oh, Lala D says Ryan's team fucked us all up. They did him like that politician did the owner of Nappy Cuts barbershop. Yeah, they left him out there to flapping the wind by himself.
Yeah, it was kind of funny how they were all, had something to say about Mayweather not being at the press conferences. And then you saw Mayweather was there when he was supposed to be there. Right. He was there during the fight. He was in the dressing room and he was there at the presser. And he was there in the ring. He was encouraging Tank. So all the stuff they were saying about Mayweather, they didn't do on the back end of Ryan.
They I think I heard Bernard Hopkins with his excuse, which was a piss poor excuse. He wasn't there because he didn't want no beef going on with Tank there. You don't know if it was still going because he touched Tank and all this. I'm like, and the president of Golden Boy was there. That dude that was sitting up there with Tank, I guess he's the one that's really running stuff at Golden Boy. But still, Oscar is the face, and Bernard, you've been around Oscar so much that dude fart, and it'll come out your mouth. That's how close you are to him. You speaking, you smell Oscar fart, Bernard talking, you smell it. Somebody should have been on that, in my opinion, somebody should have been up there with Ryan. With everything that was said, somebody should have been up there with Ryan. One of those talking heads.
I mean, if Ryan's family could be there and they were talking just as much greasy stuff as anybody, if Ryan's family could be there and afterwards, congratulate Tank and hug Tank and all that stuff, shake his hand, I don't understand why they, being the professionals that they're supposed to be, they still couldn't be able to do the same thing, be able to be present and congratulate Tank and be there for Ryan and all that.
We know why. We know why Oscar, for sure. Every time Oscar loses to Floyd, it's like ripping a Band-Aid off of an open wound. Oscar wants to beat Floyd so bad, and it's just not happening for him. Now, your number one fighter, that the biggest name at Golden Boy that we know right now, is Ryan Garcia, just took a loss. To who? Tank. from what most would say, Floyd's number one guy. You took another loss to Floyd. It's a bitter pill to swallow. And, you know, his personal feelings. I believe his personal feelings is what showed out and showed up in this fight. Getting up there talking about just rehydration clause and all this, knowing that you were guilty of doing that same stuff. You ain't been that far removed from boxing, Oscar. Come on. But it is what it is. Once again, Golden Boy has lost to Mayweather Productions. You know, Golden Boy has lost to TMT or whatever the hell Monica Floyd and them gonna carry. It's eating Oscar's heart up. It's eating Oscar up. Oscar spoke on it before. You know what I'm saying? When I finally beat him, I'm gonna breathe a sigh of relief because Oscar couldn't beat him. So he started trying to get fighters to beat Floyd. And now Floyd retired, undefeated. That's burning a hole in Oscar's ass. It's burning a hole in Oscar's ass that Floyd's made so much money and he's still being successful. Good fighters have fucked with Floyd. Plain and simple. Ones that are on the lips of fans. So it is what it is. He just got to live with it. He got to look into himself and get that out. Lala D said, exactly, MZ. Oscar couldn't take it. And it's so bad that he couldn't even do it for Ryan. No, because to me, Lala, it's more about Oscar than any of his fighters. You know, I know people, you know, we all said Floyd always in the spotlight, but when you look at it, Oscar kind of a media whore too. You know, he wants that shine too, even though he's far from removed. He hasn't boxed in a while. He still wants that shine, and he wants to be able to. He wants to be able to up one on Floyd, man. Floyd should go ahead and give Oscar something, man. Throw him a bone, Floyd. Throw him a bone.
But see, here's the thing. It's like you could see it at the Rolly fight that Tank don't need. He's got it. He understands how he need to conduct himself in a presser. He's so comfortable now because he's been doing it for a while. And you can see the difference. There's a tale of the tape. There's a tale of two stories. One guy looking nervous. The other guy, this is like another day at the office. And even when he's talking to you, he don't have to say much, but what he says, it hits harder. Just like when he gets in the ring and he hits harder. You know, his lines was more poignant than Ryan. It's like when Tank said, you believe it. It could be subtle, you still believe it. But with Ryan, it's a question mark. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You don't have to say it a lot in order for people to be like, yeah, I believe that. Shakur got that too. It's like when you hear him say certain things, you don't have to say a lot, but when he say it, it's like, yeah, I believe that. I believe he's gonna do that. And that's the difference.
Yeah. Dang. Good one on that. Tank has grown leaps and bounds from his earlier interviews to now. You know, I tested, you know, earlier you could tell he was a little nervous, stuttering over his words and stuff like that. And you know, people calling him dumb. You know, I heard that a lot. Oh, he dumb, this and that. People can go left real fast. A person that doesn't speak well does not necessarily make them dumb. Just make them when they don't speak well, they're not comfortable. When they're around their people, they talk perfectly well. Perfect example, Tank. He gave, like you just said, Joseph Brown, he gave a professional answer when he was in front of the Showtime cameras and everything. You know, was Ryan the best fighter you fought? You know, he had to really search deep inside himself to say, yeah, I think, because you could tell it in his Rolodex of his mind, it looked like he was really looking to see, was there somebody that I fought a little harder than Ryan? But when he got on his own podcast, when the guys was like, you know, they asked him the question, he was like, this us now. And he, you know, he went into himself. And he let it be known. Now, Ryan ain't, you know, to him, he was like, Ryan ain't nothing. Get his little ass out of here. So, you know, I think being around Floyd, seeing the spotlight when Floyd would fight, you know, being able to see that, it gave him the chance, like he said, he wanted to be in there. This is gonna be me one day. And it gave him a chance to look at it and see what it is that he was trying to grasp. Fighting on the undercard here and there, you know, anybody that fight on the floor of undercards got to be looking at, when is it going to be my chance? When is it going to be my turn to do something like this? Or I guess you could say fighting on the Canelo card too. I guess you could say that, but I think the circus is a lot bigger, the lights a lot brighter, following up Floyd. So, yeah, I think Tank has grown leaps and bounds, and what to say in front of the main media cameras and what to say on YouTube, Twitter, and all that stuff, because Mike Steven Espinosa and them said, you know, this fight was promoted as much on social media platforms as much as it was on Showtime and anything else, which is pretty much true. Because my daughter ain't looking at Showtime to see the talk about the fight. She get her information from Tank them when they be on Twitter and all that stuff. She gets her information like that. So her knowing about the fight and when it was, she knew when it was coming on, how to order it, everything, by listening to those boys and stuff on social media. So I think Tank, Ryan, Shakur, all these young guys are going to have to figure out how to use this social media to their advantage, because Floyd used it a little bit himself. So now they just got to keep fighting and do what they do. I'm proud of Tank. I'm glad he was able to go out there and withstand what he had to go through, listen to all the nonsense, the little bumps and things that he had went through with his girl and all that, all to make a better young man, I hope. And he's proven to be just that. He's turning that corner. He's poised to be, in my opinion, he's poised to be that guy. Devin Haney, and I think Devin Haney needs to figure out a way to take the reins and make himself stand out more to the public. You know, to say, oh, I'm the undisputed 135-pounder. Yeah, you are that. But what about these fans that you're trying to get? The fans that showed up to Tank and Ryan, you want them to come see you. What do you have to offer them other than the belts? You know what I'm saying? Where's your flyness, your bravado, where's your slick talk? You know what I'm saying? People getting tired of seeing Bill do it. They want to see Devin do it. Like you said about Shakur. Shakur, people, let me, I'm saying this like a promoter would say, so don't look at me for strange or anything. But Shakur's a handsome guy. He's a nice looking young man. You got to put him in front of these teeny bopper girls. These girls, the same ones that cut for Ryan. You got to get Shakur in front of them. That's gonna grow that fan base, because you know most of the times people don't like to hear this said, but wherefore the girls go when it comes to songs, boxers, basketball players, also goes the guys, because the guys gonna follow the girls, because girls got that thing. I'm sorry to put it like that, but when you listen to people that deal with music and stuff like that, that's their angle of it. Where the girls go, the guys go. The girls want to hear that, the guys gonna pay for it. The girls want to see this fight, the guy's gonna pay for it. He gonna take her to see that fight if that's what she want to see. That's what she want to listen to. I'm just saying that's what it is. Instead of Tank telling one truth then another truth somewhere else, he should have just told the world several other fighters I faced are tough in different ways, or something like that. Yeah, I can see where you can say that, Lala. But if you notice, most of those top name guys, you rarely hear them say, when they ask about that fighter they're facing, you rarely hear them refer to another fighter. They always some kind of way try to give that fighter that just lost to them some kind of credit. Floyd would always say, "Oh, he's a great fighter. He's going to be a great champion one day." He would give him that kind of thing. You never hear him really say, "Nah, he wasn't this, he wasn't that." Every once in a while, you might hear him say, "I expected him to come out and do this and do that like he did. He's tough. You know, he did what I thought he would do, but he's tough." You know, they always end it like that. You rarely hear him refer to another fighter. It's almost like, you know, this moment belongs to us. Let's keep it on us. One of those type things. I could be wrong, but that's what I noticed. Yeah, she said, Mala said, yeah, Floyd calls them all fine young champions. Yeah, because that way, you save face. You don't have to worry about the major media trying to turn your words around and mix you up in they time slots. And when you go to where where everybody is now, everybody is on the social media platforms. They're not gonna go to Showtime and listen to I'm gonna tell you what you want to hear in the world that I have to say that. Now in the world that I can say what I want, where it's not censored and everything, I can let y'all know how I really feel. Like Floyd did. Floyd did the same thing about Canelo. He's gonna be a great young champion, this and that. And then at another time, he's like, shit, Canelo. Cheat Canelo. He got caught on performance enhancing drugs. Y'all don't talk about that. Floyd chopped his ass up after he gave him praise behind closed doors, kind of, I'd say. Eric Garcia said, I hate when the fighter says they never got hurt. If they didn't get hurt, then they didn't get hurt. But sometimes you be seeing some fights and you be like, that motherfucker got rocked. I didn't get hurt. Oh man, come on, we saw it. Speaking to Lala D. Go ahead, Joe. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean with Shakur Stevenson and Tank Davis, you see an authenticity. And what I mean by that is that their story matches their personality and in the way they are as far as the way they fight. There's some fighters out there whose story and the way they fight don't match up. You see an image of a fighter, but then you see that such image doesn't really portray what that fighter really is. That's the problem that Devin Haney has. He has an image and he has a story that doesn't match with the image he's trying to put out there. So he's got a father who has a story in a background from a certain area that Devin is trying to take on that same persona, but it don't match because you didn't come from that. Your father came from that, but you didn't come from that. And so people kind of see through that. And really all we want is the real Devin Haney. We just want to see who the real Devin Haney is. I don't care for you to get a tattoo of Oakland on yourself because that's not where you're from.
Right.
That you didn't come from that. And Shakur Stevenson, he's a pretty boy, but he's a pretty boy with that image of he's got that smile, he's got the look, but at the same time, you hear where he comes from and his upbringing. You hear that in him and you see it. And so when he speaks, you gravitate towards it and you believe everything he says because he believes it. He truly believes it deep down that he is that. And he goes out there and he shows us in the ring that he is that. And he understands that he's been labeled a boring fighter. It might have been prematurely labeled, but he's mindful of it to the point where he now understands I got to put on a great performance no matter who's in front of me. I got to always make sure that I'm trying to have a style that's pleasing to the eye because you know why? This is what they're trying to because it's not the first time they've done this to certain fighters of that ilk. They did it to Floyd. They did it to Andre Ward. They've done it to numerous of other fighters who have that skill set of hit and not be hit, who can execute and make certain fighters look like novice in the ring. It's supposed to be competitive, but it's so uncompetitive because of skill set of the fighter, and which is no fault of his. It's like you got to raise your game when you're in there in order to match his, and a lot of guys just can't. So that shouldn't subtract from what he's doing from a skill set level. It should be more appreciated. But the more you ingratiate yourself in what you're looking at and what you're seeing, the more you have appreciation for what you're seeing he's able to do, what a Tank Davis is able to do, what some of these other guys are able to do. but he understands that, and it's in the back of his mind. When you hear him speak, he talks about it. He says, "Yeah, I'm being mindful about when I'm going out and I'm performing because I don't want to be labeled as a born fighter." And that doesn't mean he's taking risks, but he's taking calculated risks, and he's sharpening himself to the point where he's not dancing. He's making subtle steps forward, subtle steps back, side to side. He's becoming an expert at judging distance and his timing. Those are the two skill sets that set you apart from a lot of fighters. Is your timing and you being able to judge the distance from where your opponent can hit you and you can hit your opponent. And a lot of fighters, they have one, but they don't have both. They're able to. Some are able to have timing to get your timing down, and some are able, to judge the distance or gauge the distance. Shakur
Right.
can gauge the distance, and he gets your timing down, and he does it in a very quick manner. And if he sees you do something in a pattern, he exploits it right away. So those are the exceptional fighters who are able to do those things. Tank is able to do those things also. That's why when you match those two fighters up, this is a fight that everybody wants to see because you can see the IQ level. But
True.
I honestly, in my opinion, I think Shakur Stevenson is probably the only guy in 135 at this moment who could beat Tank Davis, who could stand right in front of him from a skill set point, and Tank would have a hard time landing some of those big shots on him.
That's the high level chess game. That's the high level chess game that I think would prove to all the fans that's going to be a great fight. Eric R makes a good point. He says Shakur and Tank have their identities. Devin, Ryan, and Tio are pretty much still looking to figure out who they are. I can agree with that statement pretty much wholeheartedly. Tio is still trying to figure out, I think, you know what I'm saying, because he took a loss, it kind of threw him off a little bit. Ryan, same thing. Devin, I think his identity problem is what you mentioned. He's trying to live under his dad's. He wants that. He wants that. I want to represent Oakland. Oakland's a hard place. Oakland has a name. Where Devin was born in what part of California?
He was raised over in Henderson, Nevada. The thing is that if you're going to represent a city, you got to fight there. He don't even fight in the place in which he has a tattoo on his arm for.
Well, only thing I can look at is this. There's nothing, these words are to Devin. There's nothing wrong with representing being who you are. Okay, your dad was the one from Oakland. Your dad made a way for you to get out. Okay, that's that. So what? You got a little money. You was able to, the way you got to do things in boxing was different from you. But you still take that, you make that yours. You work hard, and you be who you are. You can't be the dude from Oakland because you're not from there. You know what I'm saying? Fight and represent Devin Haney. Quit trying to be Bill Haney. Lala D agree with you 100%, JB. She said facts, just like Floyd. It's amazing that Floyd pretty much is a standard of what we look at and say these fighters should try to do and pull off. Not try to be exactly like Floyd. You can't be flashy with him with the money and stuff like that. But the work ethic, the way that he handled business in the ring, being able to make a somebody miss 3 or 4 punches while they're standing right there on you and can't hit you. You know what I'm saying? Making that skill yours, crafting that, and making that part of your essence. Shakur Stevenson, I agree with you. Whenever asked, every time I always say I believe Shakur and Tank will be the last man standing when they all win and if they all fight. I give Devin a good run. I think Devin and Ryan would be a good fight. I think it would be a good fight. I don't see nobody getting knocked out in it. I see it going all the way to the judges. I can't even say who I think would win because I think Ryan, if Devin can't punch Ryan in the face hard enough to make Ryan go into that shell like he will do if somebody punch him hard enough, Devin to have a good fight on his hands.
Here's something that I kind of want to touch on with Floyd. This is the first time where we heard little from Floyd Mayweather in terms of being at a Tank Davis fight. And for the first time, you could see Floyd didn't have to go to Tank and share any words of wisdom with him. You know what I'm saying? In between rounds, like Floyd was just like us. He was just out there enjoying the fight. I think that's probably the most that I've seen Floyd Mayweather enjoy watching Tank Davis fight.
Yeah.
He didn't have to stress at all. There was no worry. There was no, oh, you losing on the cards. None of that. Even the post fight, he didn't have to say a word. He was just sitting there chilling, just comfortable. Like that's how a fighter that you've been around and you've been helping bring up. This fighter he's in his mode right now where you could just sit back, chill. You ain't gotta say too much. He got it under control. And that's what it looked like to me.
Yeah, it is. You got to give Floyd some credit too for learning, for being able to sit back and step out the spotlight. Because so many times he's been accused of wanting to be in the spotlight, and he actually, in my opinion, everybody was saying this is a big fight for Tank and Ryan. He let Tank have his moment, and honestly, I can say I'm proud of Floyd with that. He let Tank have his moment, and I have to go into this rant real quick. For La D. Let me get up on the screen. These fucking idiots sent me cooked pistachios. I ordered raw pistachios. I am so pissed. Forget about me making pistachio butter. I don't even want the shit now. I hope I did that justice. Now, Eric said, like I said before, Devin should go with the Sugar Ray Leonard, Young De La Hoya cookie cutter image. Not the gold teeth trap star. It's not believable. Yeah, he should go ahead and market himself as a great boxer, a good ass boxer, somebody that's in the ring doing his thing, wholesome, and all that. Cause the thug image don't fit it. I don't look at Devin Haney and see thug. I just don't. I see a dude that came up in the gym, reserved, laid back, not into any trouble, and just boxing. I think that's who he should show up to be. He said, yeah, Floyd looked like a proud father of Tank. Yeah, you got it. I give Floyd a lot of credit for stepping back and letting the shine be on Tank. No one can say Floyd tried to steal the spotlight or anything. He wasn't talking at the press conferences. He let it all be Tank and his people and his team. A great job by Floyd, I think. Hyphy's back.
Yeah.
Huh?
I'm listening. Keep going.
Oh yeah, as I was saying, I was just giving Floyd his kudos, saying that he did a good job by letting everything be about Tank. It's about Tank and Ryan, and he actually did that. Actually, Oscar De La Hoya seemed to almost take on the Floyd role and do an extra lot of amount of talking. But Leonard Ellerby shut that shit down so hard at that press conference, it was ridiculous.
That's a great point. That's a great point you just made right there, MZ. That particular point right there, and that's another comparison that you can see between the two. You can see that a guy who's never been on that stage before, he needed a little narration and needed to be propped up by his promoter. And we've seen Tank go through that stage already. And he's at the point where he's in complete control. And you can see the difference between the two. And the way they spoke, the way the message was delivered, the way Tank didn't need nobody backing him up. Everything he had to say, he said it, and you believed him, and he meant it. And he was the one who was driving. He was driving most of those press conferences. He was driving the narrative, even though they was trying to paint a whole nother narrative. But Tank was talking trash to everybody, and it was having fun doing it.
That's what you want. Actually, the only people that spoke for Tank was those that were supposed to. Calvin Ford, Leonard Ellerbe did his part like he would do with Floyd. You know what I'm saying? When Floyd would talk, who were talking when Floyd was fighting? Floyd, Uncle Roger, and Leonard Ellerbe. Sometimes Papa Floyd. Now here we are, roll a few years down. Floyd stepped back. Who's talking? Tank, Calvin Ford, sometimes Leonard Ellerbe. And I can't think of the other guy named the Calvin Ford. Like when they be talking, he'd do like the preachers do in the Baptist church when they speak about a certain verse and they say read it. I don't know who that guy is with him. I can't get his name, but Calvin would have him speaking with him. But for all in all, I like the way things rolled out in this fight for Tank. You got a chance to see the growth in him. You got a chance to see that his team was in control of the narrative and everything. They didn't let that catch weight narrative catch fire and run, even though people tried to make it run and catch fire. They stayed on top of it. Tank stuck to what he was supposed to and kept asking the same question, which no one ever answered. Are you a 135-pound fighter or a 140-pound fighter? We never got an answer from Ryan or his team when it came to that.
We did. We got an answer that he's talking about. He's moving up to 140. Yeah, that was the answer.
You know what? You're right. I guess I could take it as that. 135-pound fighter that was trying to fight at 140 for whatever reason. He was, in my opinion, Ryan was going to lose regardless of how much he weighed.
Hey, that's what we've been saying, and that's why I don't agree with the whole rehydration team, even though it was for both of them. Yeah, but that shit was put in there for a reason. We know that. Look, it don't matter. Look, you could have had every single Javante sparring partner could have been a mold for Ryan. They could have recorded their sparring sessions and sent them to Ryan. That shit wasn't gonna make no difference in that fight, boy.
None, because he can't set up the left hook. He couldn't set up the one punch that he relies on the most. He was basically, he was allowing himself to get timed because he wasn't disguising it and he wasn't throwing it when Tank wasn't looking for it. It's like he wasn't setting it up with anything. He wasn't trying to time Tank when Tank was coming in with it, nothing. He didn't show any level of high IQ, and you have to at the elite level. It takes time. And if you're working with a new trainer, that has to be developed. You can't develop that in a couple of fights and then just automatically you step up to that class of fighter and just I'm just going to keep doing the same things that I've been doing against lesser opponents and think it's going to work. You just step into somebody and throwing a left hook, and that's been working for you with just about every guy you've been fighting. That ain't going to work against high-level opposition. They're going to be able to slip that like Tank did. They're going to be able to time you because you're throwing it too much, and they're getting a beat on you.
I guess I don't want to say emergency mode, but once this stuff didn't start working, and you sitting there, the realization of who you're fighting. I'm in the ring with Tank. I'm Ryan Garcia. Yeah, I've knocked out a lot of guys, and I did this. But none of the stuff, this fight is not unfolding like all the other fights. One, Tank is not just standing in front of me. Tank is pivoting and parrying. He moving around. He giving me different looks. And when you think about it, I can't think of too many guys, if any, that Ryan's fought that gave him all those different looks and can punch. Now, to touch on the rehydration clause thing, if it had been an IBF fight, that clause would have been automatic.
Nah, that's not necessarily true, MZ.
They can't rehydrate past 10 pounds. I know that part because Earl Spence had to go through it.
No, but what I'm saying, not all IBF fights implement that rule.
I'm talking about for if it was a championship fight, I'm kind of looking at Ryan and Tank like it wasn't a belt involved, but this was like the bragging rights for 135. That to me that's what this was really coming out to be. This the start. I would hope that this fight is the start of who's going to dominate 135. I don't know when they're going to decide to attack Devin or who's going to attack Devin. Right now, they're waiting to see what's going to happen with him and Lomachenko, I believe.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I believe they're looking at him, seeing what's going to happen with Lomachenko. Once the dance and the smoke clears with Lomachenko, I believe the pot is going to start boiling. And I think we're going to I believe we're going to get these fights between Shakur, Tank, Devin, because Ryan's already out the way. Ryan just got to fight Tank and Shakur and Devin. Right now.
Why you didn't say Lomachenko?
Why didn't I say Lomachenko?
Yeah.
Depending on who wins. If Lomachenko wins, then it'll be him. But people gonna still want to see Devin mix it up with Ryan. They gonna still want to see those fights. I don't know if they're gonna be as hungry for Lomachenko with all of them as they are for all of them. That's just what I gauge at it. Lomachenko is not really the name that's on the lips of boxing fans like that.
Well, I'll say this. I wish people would have pressed Ryan more about what the game plan actually was that he strayed away from. Because he didn't fight a fight that you're supposed to fight against a southpaw. And what I mean by that, he wasn't throwing enough straight right hands. He wasn't throwing lead right hands. He wasn't doing any of that stuff. It's like he would throw right hands, but it wasn't. They were looping right hands. They weren't straight right hands, and there's just a lot of things he didn't do that you're supposed to do against a southpaw. So that's why I'm interested. Like, what was the game plan?
I don't think we're going to ever be privy to that. I think that's going to be the one thing that we're not going to. I kind of thought that Ryan kind of showed me as a fighter that his changes came after the bell. You know what I mean? Like when he went to the corner, Joe might have said, "Hey, throw a couple of rights, Ryan. Do this, do that. Throw a couple of rights." Then he come out and do that, but that's all he was doing. Now, Ryan doesn't seem to be that fast thinker in the ring like you would expect your fighter to do, to be able to make adjustments on the fly. Like other fighters do. Because it seems like he has to wait. I did what you said do, and then go back to the ring, to the corner, and let the corner man say, "Okay, you were doing good. This was working. Keep doing that and do this." That's what kind of fighter he seemed like to me.
Because I kind of feel like with a guy like Tank, he should have thrown no left hooks until later in the fight. Like he should have that punch Tank should have never saw, because he was clearly waiting for that punch. And if you hear a guy in the press conference talk about all you got is a left hook, obviously he's looking for that shot. So you give him least amount of opportunities to even see that shot. If that's the shot he's primarily looking for, and that's your dominant punch that you like to throw, you got to really pick your spots to throw it, because this guy's trying to set you up when you try to throw that punch. So it has to be at a time he's not expecting to see it. And obviously, if you're throwing it early, he's going to get a beat on it even faster. But if you wait, the longer you wait to throw that punch and he don't see it, you're going to throw him off. Now he's not really checking for it as much as he might would. So that's why I'm curious about the game plan. And he was never pressed on it.
Right.
I would love to hear Goossum talk about what the game plan was.
Yeah, he'll probably come out with it now that I forgot about him. You might catch him sitting down talking about what they had planned to do and what didn't happen. Eric also, I think they had to do the rehydration clause to save Ryan's fan base. People can't handle that a fighter is just better. Lala D says, if Loma beats Devin, I want to see Loma in the mix. Devin got to step back. Sorry, it would be amongst Loma, Tank, and Shakur. I can see that too, sis. But Lala, you a hardcore fan. I'm kind of speaking on the people that's further out looking in, saying this is the fight I want to see, because the teeny boppers and stuff like that, they not feeling Loma like they feeling Devin, Tank, and Shakur. More Tank than the other two. You know what I'm saying? So if Loma beat Devin, I want to see him and Tank fight, because that was a fight on lips for a minute. So yeah, but I think in the end, still, I think Shakur and Tank will still be in the end, even if Loma was to take Devin's place. I respect Loma, but I think Shakur and Tank would be a little too much for him.
Well, here's the thing: Devin's got the opportunity to move Loma out the way. So we got almost a month, less than a month.
Yeah.
To when that fight happens. So he's got opportunity to move Loma out the way, get that name on his belt, and this will be his last fight with Top Rank. A lot's riding on this fight for Devin Haney that a lot of people aren't talking about. This is his last fight with Top Rank. Depending on his performance, whether he does well, are they going to offer him another contract? Is he willing to sign another contract with Top Rank? If he wins, he walks away as undisputed champion, and he's gonna have some people out there. He's gonna have some networks and some promotional outfits willing to sign him. So we'll see what he does after this fight. If he wins, then he can set up a fight with Tank Davis. That's a fight people are going to be clamoring for, and that's a fight he'll be able to get. Before Shakur Stevenson, he won't be so pressed to fight Shakur Stevenson after this fight, because then he could be looking, to fight a Tank Davis. And Tank Davis and him, they don't have the best of, rapport with each other. So we'll see if that's a fight that Tank takes. And as far as Tank, he don't have to call nobody out at this point. I mean, everybody wants to fight him. So he's in a position where he don't really have to call nobody out. He can get the fight that he wants, if that's the fight he really wants at this stage.
Right.
So he's in that position where he don't really need to. People like, oh, Tank need to call somebody out. He don't really need to call nobody out, because everybody calling him out.
Yeah, his call out days are pretty much over. His name is big enough where it's enough people that know his name, enough young people that know his name, enough old people that know. Everybody wants to see Tank fight. I'm thinking that's pretty much a given now. I'm thinking. So, yeah, it's going to be one of those type things that the question will start being asked to the other fighters. So, what about Tank? What about Tank? I think that's what's going to start being the narrative for them. Eric R. says, Floyd beat Canelo. What did they say? He was green. He was drained, etc. Manny, it was the injured shoulder. Floyd had IVs. It always has to be something to have a divide and excuse after the fact. Eric R. also says Loma beats Devin. He'll be fed to Shakur, and they drag Shakur versus Tank out for the next 3 to 5 years. Lala D comes back. She says, MZ, scratch that little temper tantrum I had. Oh, I'm sorry. Scratch that little temper tantrum I had. I found the raw pistachios. I opened the wrong ones. Well, damn. They sent you some cooked ones and some raw ones, or you need to put on some glasses so you can make sure you see the right ones, sis. I'm just saying. At Lala D, Devin Haney says everything but let's fight Shakur.
I mean, let's not play out that scenario where Top Rank is going to stretch out a fight for 3 to 5 years with a Tank Davis. I just don't see that happening. I mean, Shakur is the type of dude, he's not going to allow that to happen. He ain't going to be sitting back, laying back in the weeds allowing 3 to 4 years to go by and not fight a certain fighter. That ain't happening with him.
Right. Big bro say, so y'all don't think Loma, wait, he say, so y'all don't think Loma don't have a chance at all? No, Loma could fight. Don't get it twisted. Loma could fight. The thing is, this fight to me is more of a gauge for Devin Haney than Lomachenko. You know what I'm saying? If Loma loses, you know, it's a whole bunch of things that we can accept, but most people are gonna say that they expected Devin to win. Devin got to stand up to the fact, you know, he the man. The youngest, you know, as his dad and him might say, the youngest undisputed champion in the 4-belt era. You know, all this stuff, how nobody really wants to fight him and all this kind of stuff. His lack of power, people perceive him as having lack of power. Lomachenko is the test of tests. He's the litmus test, if you ask me, when it comes to these guys at 135. Lomachenko has pretty much been the standard bearer because major media made it that way. But it don't hurt that, what is it, Joseph Brown, 300 fights in the amateurs, 300 and something in one? Is that the record that's touted for his amateur career?
Yeah, that's pretty immaculate.
Right. So, you know, getting past Lomachenko is no easy task at all. At all. And him, Devin, just jabbing Lomachenko to keep Lomachenko out, that's not going to work like it worked with Kambosos. Kambosos, you know, we all see Kambosos was not, you know, he's not an elite fighter. He's a good fighter, you know, which makes you look at, in my opinion, Tio and Devin. You know, Tio, you beat Lomachenko. We give you that. For whatever reason, Lomachenko didn't look like Lomachenko against Tio. But then Tio didn't look like the takeover against Kambosos. Kambosos didn't look like the Emperor against Devin. So it all comes down to, if Devin could pass Lomachenko, then the field will be set. People could do their I told you so's and all that. And then we just start see what breaks down between Ryan, Devin, Tank, and Shakur. If Loma beats Devin, not only do Devin have to take a step back, but when you think about it, Devin's going to, his profile, his boxing profile, as far as the fans go, I think it's going to take a major hit. It's going to take a major hit. You've done a lot of talking, and it's a lot being said, and you went out there and you let Lomachenko rout you. So
well, you're right. It should be, because according to these tweets that I got saved, yeah, you know, niggas got the fouls. We kept the fouls. According to Devin, Lomachenko is old and too small.
He gonna have to, that night, Devin is going to have to dig into his bag and make Lomachenko old and small. He's gonna have to do that. He's gonna have to be ready for Lomachenko changing angles. Lomachenko with that pivot move that he got. Devin's going to have to step up, in my opinion, like never before. He's gonna have to lay it all on the line. Everything. He's gonna have to go out there and show us the best Devin Haney that we've ever seen. Anything short of that, where he let Lomachenko get into a rhythm and start putting hands on him. Because I don't think Lomachenko is no soft puncher either. I think Loma got a little power. And he likes to throw combinations and stuff like that. And the one time that we saw Devin get caught, I hate to say this, but it was when a flurry of combinations came. The dude threw a fourth punch instead of a third. Instead of having a 3-punch combination, he threw a fourth punch, where Devin had opened up and took it. And we all saw him with the noodle legs walk back to the corner. He tried to smile it off and tough it out. Then he came out and started hugging her, trying to wrap up to survive the rest of the fight, which tells me, one, what would you say, trying to get his mind back, get his head back straight? His recuperative powers are kind of slow if it took him that long to get back right, because once he took that punch, he was mostly holding on to that guy after that. He threw a few punches, but it was mostly wrap up. I don't think Lomachenko will allow him to do that. And you got to give Ryan Garcia a lot of credit, because when Tank was trying to wrap him up, Ryan was really throwing punches and elbows, and he was doing everything like, let me go. You know what I'm saying? He really was not trying to accept Tank hugging, clinching and everything like that. So I give Ryan that. I give him that. He did, try to make it a little grimy when Tank went to hold him. Ryan did try to fight his way out of it. Get off me. So, I give Ryan that. But as far as Devin and Loma, Devin gonna have to come on with it, man. Devin gonna have to come on with it.
I mean, there's some things in Loma's game that Devin, if he's paying attention to, he can definitely have some success. Especially when Loma's trying to, do the swivel jab. He has to reset, and in between that reset, that's where you can catch Lomachenko, um, and force him to pause and reset while he's trying to throw that swivel jab. His feet and his placement are sometimes not in alignment. So, and he does it quite often where if you catch on to the pattern, you're able to take advantage of that. But there's also some things that Lomachenko does that is going to cause problems for Devin Haney, especially in terms when he's able to get on the inside of Devin Haney. He's going to be able to work on the inside, and he has deceptive power. Like people don't seem to give Lomachenko credit for his ability to punch. He can hurt you. He hurt Comey, who's at 140. He was screaming for Comey's corner to stop the fight, but they didn't stop the fight. Comey was tough enough that he was able to survive.
Right.
But you've seen him knock out Nakatani. He was the first guy to do that. So Lomachenko has some punch power. We're gonna see because Devin's gonna get hit in this fight. We're gonna see how he responds when he gets hit by Lomachenko. That to me, that's gonna be the telltale sign of whether Devin Haney's gonna be able to continue to work behind his jab or continue to be able to be successful. I want to see if he's going to be able to implement, throwing straight right hands, because Devin Haney does like to throw hooks. He likes to throw, right hooks. He likes to throw left hooks. He likes to work behind the jab. It's a little bit more difficult to do when you're fighting a southpaw. So he's going to have to be more lead right hand heavy. We're going to see how straight his lead right hand is going to be in this fight. If he's going to continue to use the stab jab to the body to force Loma to reset. That's going to be one of his biggest weapons, is using that stab jab or the stab right hand to the body, to force Loma to reset and be able to keep the distance where he's able to hit Loma and Loma's not able to effectively counter him. So we're going to see if he's able to do that effectively against Lomachenko.
Right. Well, I guess we pretty much agree is Devin got to come out. He's going to have to come out, like I said, and be the best Devin that there is that we've ever seen. Because I'm not writing Loma off. I can't write Loma off. Loma's, he hasn't had enough, he hasn't done enough to me to be revered as a pro like he is, but the cocksucker could fight. And Devin got to get past it. And, right now, that's all Devin needs to be concentrating on if he's going to be able to handle that. If he's going to be able to handle that. Lala D speaking to Ernest Davis, she said, hi. She said, I think Loma stands a very good chance. Big Bro said he thinks that too. Eric also said he's just looking at Top Rank's record. She said, I think Loma is going to fight like he has absolutely nothing to lose. That's why I really hope Haney brings it. Well, this is the fight that, Loma is mentality saying he wants undisputed. This is their fight. This is their fight. It's finally here for him. The only knock out of everything with Loma and Devin that I've ever had is the fact, which I'm still trying to figure out because it made no sense to me, the franchise belt dropping the other belt when Loma was going to fight Teofimo anyway, because it was a unified thing. It would have been for undisputed right out the get-go. why we had to go all the way around the block like that to get back to this same spot was ludicrous to me. I don't want to say did Loma have doubts, but really, what was the purpose? The WBC has come out both times when that franchise belt got passed out and said both recipients of that belt asked for it. That belt was requested. That belt was just not bestowed upon them. You were already holding the WBC belt. You did not have to fight Devin Haney. You could have went on and fought Teofimo Lopez like you did for Undisputed. That's the only problem I have with that. When I look at it, I'm sorry, I'm just finishing up. That's the only thing I have with it. With Loma, I'm like, why would you take that long ass route to get where you're finna be, where you're about to be right now?
I mean, I could forgive all that, especially since they fight now. To me, all those storylines from back then, they don't hold as much weight once they all get in the ring and fight.
Yeah, I feel you. It's just we took a long ass route to get to the same damn fight.
Same thing's going to be said when Anthony Joshua and Wilder get in the ring. Like the fact that they didn't get in the ring when they could have made Undisputed, a couple of years ago. Like I don't really care no more.
I honestly blame Eddie Hearn for that. I don't blame Anthony Joshua as much as I blame Eddie Hearn for that.
Man, this how I look at it, MZ. Like, okay, if the people that you with, if they on some bullshit as a fighter, to me, it's your responsibility to come out and let it be known that, look, this how they trying to manage you, but you ain't with that shit. The last person I know that really came out and let that shit be known. Remember when Samson Lukowitz, when he came out and he said we need a minimum of $7 million just to negotiate with Demetrius Andrade for David Benavidez? Okay, now Benavidez, he came out on record and said, look, because people were trying to say he was a duck. He came out and said, look, that's my promoter. I love him, but you understand that's what my promoter is saying. That's not me saying those words. Like, I'll fight Demetrius Andrade.
Right.
So that's how I look at it. If you gonna sit back and just let the bullshit ride, you with that bullshit.
If you complicit, you part of it.
And AJ was with that bullshit.
I feel you. Like Lala D said, hyphy. I don't see Haney beating Shakur at all. I think that's why Haney didn't want Gary Russell. He did a good job fooling people that it was Gary Russell who didn't want it. Oh, I know what you're talking about. She's talking about when Haney was when Gary Russell was talking about stepping in to fight Haney. Yeah, that was a complete circus back then. She said, not saying Shakur and Gary are the same. I think Shakur is better than them all. Lala D, in so many words, the baby world beater is my top 135er. I like Tank a lot, but it's something about Shakur that I'm like, Shakur is the one. Shakur to me is the one at 135. But Tank could be that. I guess it would be like my equivalent of saying like the late great Emmanuel Stewart saying that Tyson Fury was 1 and Wilder was 2. That's Shakur and Tank to me. Only thing, excuse me. Only thing that I can say that rides in the corner of Tank is the tutelage that he's getting from the Mayweathers. And I think that's what David Haney them is. I think that's what Bill is kind of trying to lean toward. He's thinking the time that he spent with Mayweather and then he spent time with, Bill's been having him going around like he's trying to soak up some games from everybody, what's Roy and different stuff like that. He moving Devin around. That could prove to be good, and it could prove to be not so good because Devin could end up calling on something from one of the fighters that he don't need and getting beat. I think if you was gonna stick with some, I think Tank because Mayweather he's being groomed up under that camp. is Shakur. I think those two are the biggest two. I don't know why Shakur just got the amateur pedigree, and I see that like you said, Joseph Brown, the storyline is believable coming out of Shakur. So those are my numbers 1 and 2 right there. Tank and Shakur gonna be at the end.
Well, when you look at Tank is like I said, he's gonna be the guy who's gonna push Shakur to be at his absolute best, and vice versa. You're gonna see both guys be very sharp coming in, and you can't fight these two dudes coming off layoffs. It's gonna be detrimental to you because you're not gonna be able to be as sharp as you need to be. So it'd be advantageous for both guys to be as busy as possible, especially if they're trying to fight each other. Just in general, I just want to see these younger fighters fight more often because that's the only way they're going to continue to get sharper. And as far as, Tank, Devin Haney, he's training with, isn't Zab Judah's father training him?
I know he was with them in the camp against Kambosos for sure.
Yeah, so Zab Judah's father has been working with Devin even more, which is good because there's some things that from a slick standpoint that you kind of see Devin utilize against Kambosos. He was able to use the timing and time Kambosos and make when Kambosos he kept repeating the same thing over and over again, and Devin was able to pick up on it and was able to time him with right hands. He knew exactly when Kambosos was making that subtle move that he likes to make before he throws his punch. He was timing him right before he would throw in between the throw and that punch. He knew Kambosos was going to be there for the right hand. He was landing that right hand perfectly. So that takes some form of IQ to be able to recognize it. And you see he was able to recognize it, even though Kambosos is not, a high-level fighter, but he was able to recognize the pattern and continuously, land right hands, pivot, get out of the way, grab and hold on the inside when things was getting a little dicey for him, and then continue to get back at range, utilize the jab, and continue to rinse and repeat. So I like some of the stuff he's doing, but he has to continue to be busy. And he's taking his victory lap, you know what I'm saying? He's the type of guy who constantly needs to be sharpening his tools because he doesn't have the power. He's going to have to rely on his boxing skills, his slickness, his timing. He's going to have to be a better counter puncher. That's another part of his game that has to evolve. His counter punching, his ability to be able to recognize things faster, and to be a little bit more sharper and gauge distance a little better. So all those things need to improve for Devin Haney in order for him to compete with those two guys that we talk about.
Right. And let me see. Eric said I would have felt more comfortable had Devin fought Gary when they was talking. That would have been a good experience for Devin, I'm sure. And that's why Devin looked like a makeshift boxer, all that moving around. Lala say, I agree, JB. Shakur can either show everyone that Tank's power is such a huge factor, or Shakur is going to show everyone that he's truly amazing. Even if Tank were to stop Shakur, which I doubt, we would still see that Shakur is a smarter fighter. You guys know what I mean. Not saying that getting stopped is smarter, LOL. The ring generalship between Shakur, Devin, and Tank. we see Tank setting traps, being patient, doing things like that. I've also seen Shakur. He seemed to catch on, like you said, JB. He seemed to catch on to patterns and making you pay for them pretty quick. Just sitting here thinking about those guys fighting. I'm not scratching Loma out. It's just that I've had a hunger to see these young guys mix it up. I've got a chance to see Ryan and Tank. I feel like it brings me so much closer to seeing the guys that I feel like are truly the top, which is Tank and Shakur. I feel like I'm a little closer to that. I still got to wait to see what happens with Lomachenko, because I take nothing from Lomachenko. Lomachenko could think in the ring. For whatever reason, like I said, whatever reason he gave us that shit sandwich against Tio, I'm still trying to wrap my mind around it. I'm boggled by it. I don't know what the heck happened that night. But he can't have those nights. He can't have those nights anymore. Not if he want to stay in the running. I think. Not against Devin. That'll be just what Devin need for Lomachenko to come in there misfiring. I think Devin will be able to take advantage of that. Him always sharpening his tools. I think he needs to don't let himself get on that diva train and turn into a diva like Kambosos and Tio did. Don't let those belts go to your head to the point that you turn into a diva and you stop working as hard, because if you do that, your ass gonna get beat real quick. That's how I feel, because Shakur seems to be always on point. Tank seems to finally have turned their corner, and I've noticed something from both of them. I heard them both say in interviews separate times, but it's around the same time that the game has slowed down. The game used to be moving real fast in the ring for them, and now it's slowed down. I've heard both of them say that in interviews. I haven't heard Devin say that yet, unless I've missed it. But I have heard Shakur say when he first was fighting, everything was like a blur, it was fast. And they kind of used the same words, but they both said, now everything gets slowed down. I can see stuff, I see stuff for what it is. And I heard Tank say the same thing. So I don't know if you would call that coming into their prime or what have you, but they both reaching that plateau at the same time because they both spoken on it at the same time. And I've heard other fighters say that, good fighters, but I've never heard two of them that I've been interested in at the same time saying it. But they both said it, which makes me believe, because we see Shakur taking those half steps, those small steps, doing little subtle things to make people miss. I'm loving how they put hands on their opponents and just pivoting them around and moving them around. I love seeing that. That's one of my favorite things to see, when they pivot around somebody and get themselves into a open spot to just punish you. Tank did that little pirouette. Is that what it's silhouette? How you say it? The little ballet turn after him and Ryan was spinning around because Brian kept turning his back. So he didn't want to get punched no more. Yeah, those are my fights I'm looking for now. Lomachenko and Devin, they'll be getting in the ring after I come back. So I might get to see that fight because my schedule going to be moving to days. So I'll have my nights free. So I'll probably be able to start catching some fights again.
Hey, this weekend it was overshadowed by that fight, but one of the real championship fights that took place. Yeah, anybody check out that Joe Cordina.
Across the pond.
Yeah. That was the fight of the weekend.
How did it go? I didn't see that fight. I just saw the whole Showtime. I saw the undercard of Showtime. I don't even the Zone Showtime collaboration. I saw the whole fight with them, but I didn't see the Cordina fight.
Yeah, he put out I mean, to me it was a clear win, but it was it was competitive in it. But yeah, it was just it was just a good fight.
A good scrap.
Yeah, man. I like that one.
Yeah, it was a good fight, and Cordina is actually one of the few fighters that Eddie Hearn has that could be pound for pound guy. I really came away from that fight impressed with him.
Yeah, for the
Wow.
people not familiar with Joe Cordina, even though he's a Brit, it's like he don't got it's like when you looking at him fight, you don't automatically say, oh, okay, yeah, that's a Brit. Like, nah, that nigga, you know what I'm saying? He throw punches with intentions and shit. And even just like his personality, his attitude, you know what I'm saying? Like you could tell he really with it. So that's the dude. He ain't gonna have he's another dude. He didn't already express he don't got no problem having to, travel overseas if he got to make the big fight. So Joe Cordina, that's somebody that you could really get behind of. Just a little bit of backstory. This guy, he was he was an IBF champion a year ago, but then he got stripped because he injured his hand previously before he was going to make a mandatory defense. And so they stripped him of his IBF belt. And so he was just trying to get his belt back. And, he won it, rightfully so. But Joe Cordina is just a real good dude, man. Like, that's a fighter you could, you know what I'm saying? Even if you're not Brit, you could get behind a fighter like him.
Okay. You look for that. Somebody that got overall a good appeal to you, like Josh Taylor. I like Josh Taylor. And I need to find me another over the pond fighter that I can be like, okay, I got somebody over the pond that I can look at.
He's got a fighting spirit, real warrior. He's with it. He's ready to get in there and tussle with anybody, and he can really make some waves. So I'm really looking forward to where he goes from here. Like I said, Eddie Hearn talks a whole lot. He hypes up a lot of his fighters, but he ain't gotta hype this guy up. This guy's the real deal.
Hey, and another fighter, to me, like similar attitude. Only thing he ain't packing a punch like that. That's his only flaw. Sonny Edwards. Sonny Edwards is another one, MZ. Like, if it's some champions across the pond and shit, like he already calling for unification with the champions and shit. He ain't running from nothing.
Yeah, Sonny Edwards is one of them guys who, how we're big on Bam Rodriguez.
Uh-huh.
If he gets in the ring with Bam Rodriguez, he could beat Bam. Like that's a real legitimate threat for Bam Rodriguez.
And he been calling for Bam for shit like almost a year now.
What's Bam's excuse?
Well, I ain't gonna say we can say excuse. He want to follow this path where, okay, yeah, like he want to fight for the vacant WBO, which he just did earlier this month. Whereas Sonny was like, listen, if you want to fight for a belt, you can come fight for my title. So, but they want to, put him on this path. He and Mexican, they feel like they should pair him up against other Mexican fighters so he can have good fights in which he looks good in, and then build up a fight. Sonny Edwards, I mean, this how serious Sonny Edwards is. He just went and signed with Matchroom last month to put himself closer to fighting Bam. So he ain't fucking off.
Wow, that's big.
Yeah.
That's big.
To be honest with you, I'm one of those people. I can't condone Bam ignoring this guy, because this guy has been blatantly, talking about fighting you, and that's gonna dimmer, my thoughts about you, Bam Rodriguez, if you don't get in the ring with this guy soon.
And this guy's a champion now?
Yeah.
How do you not accept the call of a champion? How do you not say, oh, you willing to put your belt up against me? That's disrespectful. I can think a whole bunch of stuff. Oh man, yeah, he gotta answer that call. You can't let the champ be calling you out. You gotta answer that, Bam. You got to.
And that's a big fight for the zone. That's another fight the zone can definitely make. It can build that fight. That'd be a big fight for the zone.
He gotta do something. You gotta answer that. Gotta answer that. Eric All said, excellent point. Slowing down is a sign of mastery of your craft. Talking about Shakur and Tank when they said that. No, Derek, baby, I did not fire her yet. I have not fired her yet. The mission is not to fire her. The mission is to get her to work better. Or get sent home enough that your check makes you say, shit, why am I here? One or the other. But I think we're gonna meet at a common ground. I think I'm gonna be able to get her to do what she needs to do. At least I'm hoping. But if not, I got the hatchet ready and sharpened. You better believe that. I'm ready to bring it down on somebody's ponytail. Eric Carr said he'd be right back and getting the call. Yeah, man, you getting called out by the champ, and your name is hot already on people's lips, but you're not answering the call. You ignoring him. You rather fight for a vacant belt?
MZ, this the part that's messed up though. It's not just the fighters ignoring it; the fans be ignoring the shit. For example, like you got like a Jamal Charlo. Now, to this day, you still got fans that say, "Oh, we want to see Jamal get that Canelo fight, and we want to see him get a unification fight." Nigga, Janibek been calling for him for like a year. That's a real champion.
You know what? I'm gonna go and be real. I'm gonna just say I am one. Forget that Canelo fight with Charlo. Right now, Charlo needs to just get in the ring. I don't even, nobody even knows what to expect from this man. To be honest, we haven't seen any sign of Charlo in so long. He might get out there and get the brakes beat off of him.
Hey, Hyphy. They got Janibek out here doing rap promos.
I see that.
What?
Yeah, hey, that nigga Janibek hard. Oh my mom, but that nigga owned.
He doing a rap, talking shit to somebody?
Yeah, that nigga on his heads, boy. That nigga ready to put some hands.
Yeah, that thing is by far the most entertaining thing I've seen in a while that a fighter has done.
Hey, and he busting that shit in English.
Yeah, it ain't even his native tongue.
Wow. Y'all gonna have to send me a link to that so I can check that out.
Yeah, that. Yeah, like that. Boy.
He just started laughing in the background. I was like, "What? Oh, cool. What's funny?"
Yeah, because when he mentioned Janibek, my mind completely went straight to that promo he cut about how everybody's ducking him at 160.
Hey,
What?
Come, I want to knock you out.
Wow. So he made him a rap about them ducking him.
Yeah, like I'm gonna tell you. Look, for all these dudes, like anybody out there, it don't matter who y'all favorite fighter is, who y'all think is a boogeyman. Talking about you guys like Jaron Ennis, Jared Anderson, even people we like, Shakur Stevenson, whoever, Wilder. Truth be told, Devin Haney, all of these dudes. Like I can see it might be one certain fight that they probably can't get, more so due to politics. But when they start saying, "Oh, I can't get a fight because everybody ducking me," that's when I just gotta call it. That's some bullshit. That's far from the truth. All of these dudes could get a fight. Jaron Ennis, he running around talking about, we sent contracts out to 15 guys. Yeah, you must have been picking and choosing because it's a whole bunch of dudes that'll fight your ass. All these niggas could get fights. That's what I be having a problem with. Don't make it sound like you can't get no fights.
Then when people start, talking, they gotta make they side look a little shinier than the other person's side, instead of just putting out what it is. That's just how people do. It's human nature. It's hard. I wouldn't say it's hard, but if you're real with yourself, it's easy for you to give credit when credit is due, no matter what it is. It's easy for you to just go ahead and say, "Look, this fight didn't get made because of this." That, to me, that would stop a lot of the duck talk if fighters just go ahead and be real and say, "Look, this fight not happening right now because of this." People understand it's business, but don't always throw the business in our face. Just tell us what really, hey, we're not fighting right now because this motherfucker don't want to fight. Right. He won't sign the papers. Or, he asking, whatever the reason. But all this are they ducking me? I'm sick of that. I'm sick of that. Just be real.
MZ, if you active enough, you ain't even got time to talk about these guys not fighting. These guys got too much time on their hands. It's like if you if you're a contender fighter, you need to be trying to put as many fights as you can because that when your number is called, you may not be ready for the moment because you ain't been active enough. You ain't been sharpening your skills.
I can
So
agree with that.
I wish a lot of these dudes would just be get just stay active and that fight's gonna come. But the thing is, when it come, are you gonna be prepared for it? So it's like we seen in his last fight, we seen him talk about, how he's supposed to be the guy next or have the opportunity to fight next. And his dad's talking about, oh, Spence need to be stripped if we don't get this fight by such and such. Well, we just seen you know, Ennis didn't look that great against a guy a lot of people don't even know who can move like that. But at the same time, if you're supposed to be this menacing fighter who has this so-called ability to switch stances and fight at either stance, and you can't cut off the ring.
Yeah, that part. You
You
can switch
you
stances, but you can't cut the ring off.
you can't cut off the ring, and at the same point, you're throwing wild punches because you're getting frustrated that you can't get to this guy. So that shows me you ain't working on certain aspects of your game that you need in order for you to be effective. Now everybody else you fought is cooperated, and they played to the script, which is stand right in front of you and throw punches and try to trade with you, which has worked. And you got a guy who's a bot who actually showed lateral movement and can box. You had problems, so that's why I say be careful what you wish for because you got to be ready for the moment when it's there. A lot of these guys, it's good that happened to him where he wasn't in the fight where he was fighting elite competition. It's good that happened now. So now you can go back and work on some stuff, but now you got to get in the ring. You should be announcing another fight. You should be announcing that, hey, I'm fighting such and such time.
And that's why Stanionis came out and said Ennis is full of shit because he been trying to fight Ennis since he been 10-0.
Wow.
Lying ass nigga, man.
Lala D said, Maul said he's fighting Andre. I really hope so. And yeah, I'm nervous. Maul Charlo has always been my biggest worry for Andre over all others, but I really want to see it. I feel you, Lala, but Maul been out the game so long, man. What is it like going on? What has it been 2 years yet? Almost 2 years?
Close to 2 years.
That's a good long time for him to be out the ring. Yeah, he gonna have to really prove that he can step back in and just get at it.
Look,
I don't know.
He's retired, if you ask me. That man's retired. I don't even consider him an active fighter. I put him in the status of where I had Keith Thurman before Thurman came back. Thurman's on his
was going for a long time.
Thurman's approaching retirement again for a second stint.
Yeah, the way stuff is breaking down, it's a lot of ugliness is going on with as far as these dudes in their careers. But if Maul is serious and he come back and he get him something that he can do, then it'll be worth it. Jed Baby says, did you see that video of Maul Mel calling Maul the dummy for betting $150K on Ryan? I didn't know. Well, Jamal making that bet. I was like, dude, for real? Because I think he made that bet, like he said, because he spoke on it. Talking about, me and Tank and got into it, but I'm cool with Tank. I just ain't that cool with him like I am with Ryan. And then you let your feelings bet.
Bro, even his brother said he was stupid for placing that bet. He said everybody should go on social media and get on his brother about making that pick. But the time is ticking for Jamal because Adames is fighting Julian J. Rock Williams in June. So once Adamas wins that fight, I'm pretty sure he's gonna get called the mandatory for that WBC belt. So and if I'm Jamal Charlo and I'm serious, he needs to get a fight in before he takes that fight with Adamas.
Right.
He really needs to get a fight in because that kid can punch and he can knock guys out and he's been fighting. He's way more active. You can't take this kind of layoff and then come in and fight this dude on the mandatory. You're not gonna win that fight.
Yeah, that's a tall order. I say Maul's face is fat, but Maul's body isn't fat. That's what matters. And what matters is he practicing keeping his skills tight. That's what matters. She said, Derek, I did see Maul deny making the bet. That's where his face looked chunky to me. The only thing I saw him talking about making the bet. I did see him talking about making the bet because he said something about he get a certain amount if Ryan knock his ass out. So I did see that, but I didn't see him denying the bet. He's not making it.
Me personally, I don't even like the idea of seeing like Jamal at fights. Look, like the reason he was away, this dude really had it's really just like personal issues, the whole divorce thing, all types of, probably more stuff than that. I don't even know if the back injury was serious, but you got stuff that you need to get together in your life, to make better your career. I don't even want to see him at these fights. I'd rather just, know that, okay, he behind the scenes handling the stuff that he got to do so he could put himself in position where he could truly focus on this boxing stuff. Because, me and Joseph, we listened to Ronnie Shields' show, and, Ronnie done said multiple times, like sometimes, you go weeks without seeing Jamal, and like, okay, he might come to the gym, let's say like 3 weeks. 3 days of this week, but he might take 2 weeks off. So he even to this point, he still ain't like dedicated.
Something going on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like with that, I don't want to see him showing up to fights trying to keep himself relevant. Man, do what you got to do behind the scenes to better yourself.
Well, hopefully him showing up to fights meaning that he's put a lot of that stuff behind him. And that's a good question to ask his trainer. Hey, since he's been showing himself a little bit more in the public and he was at the Ryan Garcia fight with his brother. It's good to see him with him and his brother because they've been having friction. So it's good to see those two, sitting next to each other at a fight and having him around and being around other fighters and being in that maybe that gets his juices flowing, being back and being around that atmosphere, so that's a question that could be brought up to Ronnie Shields, based upon him showing up to this fight. Is that an indication that he's going to be, training, getting ready, preparing for a fight soon? So that's one of the questions I'd be willing to ask Ronnie Shields.
Yeah, same. I agree.
Okay. Lala D say, MZ, he has a video denying it. I saw it yesterday. I think he's just embarrassed. Why would he do that? Even Golden Boy would bet on Ryan over Tank, not Ryan. Yeah. Like I said, I think he let his feelings bet. I think he got a little something against Tank. I could be wrong, but listening to the way he was speaking, when he was talking about making the bet, he was sounding a little saucy about Tank. I'm just saying. He did, try to make point that he cool and all that with Tank them, but I think he just took whatever they had, whatever little argument or words they had shared with him and his brother and Tank, which I think it was Mel and Tank that was involved in the situation more than Maul. And Mel and Tank cool. I think Maul just holding on to something a little long. And, I'd be embarrassed too for making a bet like that, knowing deep in my heart that Ryan wasn't going to beat Tank. But it is what it is. It is what it is. All I can say is Devin Haney got to be ready for Lomachenko coming up in about a month. We'll get a chance to see if Devin's really all the way to goods. If Lomachenko, it's gonna take Lomachenko to be Lomachenko for us to be able to gauge Devin. Is that fair to say? We need the best Lomachenko in order to get the best Devin? Because if Lomachenko come out there and lay an egg and we get a Devin that's not the best, that's going to be a stinker. And it's just going to surprise him later when he end up running against Tank, Ryan, or Shakur. I still got to throw Ryan in there because he's only taking one loss. And it was at Tank's hands. So you can't just push him all the way out the circle yet. I think he got to take at least 2 more losses in order to be pushed out the circle.
Well, I'm pushing Ryan out the circle because he's going up to 140. So as long as Devin's staying at 135, I'm not seeing that fight happen at 135.
Okay, I forgot that he said he was going to 140. I forgot, but I'm thinking, who can Ryan make a run at 140? I don't think he could beat Regis Prograis.
There's a scenario presenting itself that's tailor made for him at the moment. We could see a rematch. We could see a rematch of that sparring session between him and Rolly Romero, who's getting a gift to fight a vacant title fight against a guy who hasn't fought in almost 2 years. So if he wins that fight, which we all project Rolly to win that fight, he's going to be a 140-pound titleist.
Are you serious?
And I can see him and Ryan meeting up for that particular belt, making a big fight, and that could be a pay-per-view fight. Yep, could be pay-per-view.
Wow.
Yeah.
So Rolly is getting ready to get a chance to fight for a belt after losing to Tank.
Yep, because he was in line to fight Alberto Pollo, which he got stripped due to his positive test. So he's out.
Oh, Rolly, Rolly was supposed to fight the dude that got stripped.
Yep.
So Rolly get to fight. Oh, okay, that's fair. That's fair.
And it's the messed up part. Rolly, he got ranked number 9 in the WBA. So there's plenty of other guys that's still ahead of him. For example, Ohio Davies, for example, and he's available. He didn't even get a chance to fight for that belt.
I'm happy for Rolly. He gonna be a funny champion. He gonna be a funny champ. Cause he be seeing some off the wall stuff already. So he's gonna be quite entertaining.
That's politics right there.
Yeah.
Politics at its finest. And if they didn't want to make the fight with Ryan, they could definitely make the Rolly fight with Gataez, but I don't see them doing that because they're going to try to maximize the dollars again. Ryan is good business, so why not put him in there with Rolly and capitalize on it?
And I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they made that fight. But dang, Ryan, I don't have confidence that Ryan could beat Rolly. I could be wrong. He might come out there and the sparring match might be a thing of the past. He might be ready now. He's been stopped to the body in front of the world by Tank. It's nothing else that can be embarrassing. Get knocked out is less embarrassing than saying uncle.
Well, the beautiful thing about that fight is that Ryan will definitely be able to land his left hook against Rolly in that fight.
Yeah, but if Rolly punched Ryan in the face first, who knows? I know in that sparring session, Ryan was on that bicycle. Ryan didn't want to get punched in the face no more. And that same Ryan showed up against Tank. He didn't want to get punched hard no more. He started missing. When he missed with that hook, he'd ball up, turn his back. And I know that's not right. I know they don't teach you to do that.
Well, that's definitely a winnable fight. Both guys could win. I would favor Ryan in that fight just because I feel Ryan's a better skilled fighter, and he does have some power on his shots, and he has quicker hands than Rolly. They both are flat-footed for the most part, and they're both going to be throwing bombs. So it's going to be entertaining for however long it lasts.
And
The
Rolly don't
press
stay
conf the
strapped.
press the press conference is going to be entertaining, especially by Rolly. Rolly's going to say some ridiculous stuff, and is definitely going to get played over and over again. So
Yeah, that part. That's what I was saying. You know, Rolly gonna be quite entertaining. Man, can you imagine if he get that belt? How the entertainment level and the wild stuff that he's gonna say is gonna rise exponentially.
I mean, 140 needs it. They need a character, and he's that guy. He can provide that for the 140-pound division.
They got T.O. up there. T.O. be talking some spicy stuff once he
Yeah,
get
but
off his dealer roll.
Teal's not the same since he took that L. You know, he's not gonna let that L affect him because he's looking at it like I ain't even supposed to be here anyway.
Yeah, I feel you. Rolly say he'd beat Crawford and Spence. They ugly and stingy. Lala say, I don't like Rolly. You will always see me somewhere on somebody's Rolly post talking shit about him. I'm not a Rolly fan either, Lala, but he has grown on me since the Tank fight. And you know, I got a chance to see the ridiculousness of him. He got some heart. I'll give him that. And he, you know, it's not too many fighters you see eat a knockout and then show up at the press conference and say, I was winning that fight. He got lucky hit me. Like, you don't see that. You know what I'm saying? He said it with pride with his chest out. You know, he was not Marvin. So Rolly is that dude that you can say whatever. He gonna be, man, fuck what you talking about. I'm Rolly. I'm here. Got a nice check against Tank. Got knocked out. Showed up at the press conference and say, I was winning that. I was winning the whole fight. I was winning. I got knocked out. So, you know.
I could say when Rolly and Tank had their press conference, that was the most hilarious press conference. Some of the stuff coming out of Rolly's mouth, just the fact that this dude showed up to the press conference in a freaking chinchilla and it's 80 degrees outside. Like, how could you get mad at a dude like that? Like,
Yo, that's what I'm saying. Like, he be popping some fly shit. This nigga, he just come out like Devin Haney, that nigga got an ugly shaped head. And then he recently just said Shakur Stevenson is too ugly to be like a great.
He be tripping.
Yeah, that nigga be on some shit.
He grow on you. He might not be the greatest fighter in the world, but that motherfucker can talk some shit and he can say some funny stuff. I'll give him that. So yeah, whatever, Rolly. Rolly said he going to 147 in Wolf Spence.
See, Rolly is one of them crazy niggas. Like, he might say the most craziest shit, but he'll at least try to do it if you give him a chance.
You gotta give Rolly enough time. He gonna be fighting the heavyweight.
Yeah, Rolly will do it. Like, he'll come in there game. Like, one thing you will never say about Rolly, he's not gonna try. He definitely gonna try.
Yeah, you gotta give him that. Got to give him that. He tried. Got hung up in the ropes, laid out on his back, stood up with that little wobble for a second, but he tried. And proudly, man, I was winning that fight, man. I was winning that fight. Y'all seen it. He was scared. He was running. Y'all seen it. What we saw was you run into that punch. That's what we saw. But, you know, Rolly is Rolly. Well, I don't like him. I don't really particularly like his fighting style, but he's a character. One that boxing needs, I think.
Definitely needed at 140 because they don't
They
They
don't
ain't
have
got too many.
nobody.
They don't really have too many, you know, characters at 140 to really promote that division like that.
Regis, but Regis is more of he more serious. Like he not a character. You know what I'm saying? Regis is Regis. You know, boxing really. You know, when you start looking at guys with character and stuff like that, you don't really see a lot of them. I kind of like the way Jared Anderson does his little thing. You know, I like his little swag, the way he does. You know, I like his little swag. It fits him. But other than that, no standouts. Eric R say Rolly got that short bud strength.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I was sitting here thinking,
that's a reach.
yeah, I'm like, what's short bud strength? I'm thrown off.
Like niggas just always want to like, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna compare this person to that person. Nigga, that's a reach, boy.
Bud strength? Short? Who is short bud? I didn't even know it was one. I thought it was just one bud. It's another bud running around. I'm fucking with Eric R. Gentlemen, it's after 12. I gotta get some packing done and some things like that. Because my wife want me to get all my stuff together early so I don't have to be looking for stuff. Like I don't know how to pack and get stuff. Oh, short bus. He said not bud. He said Rolly got that short bus strength. I know exactly what that means. He kind of special. You know, those special kids strong.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? The one with the head. Leave me alone.
Well, it looked like what's that, next Tuesday evening we all gonna have to shit, you know, find ourselves something else to do for some entertainment, huh?
Wow, what's happening?
Hey.
That's when you're gonna be gone, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna be there, but I've been thinking out like I'm gonna go live some kind of way, even if I have to use my phone. I'm thinking about packing my my computer with me.
Well, look, MZ, I mean, just throwing it out there. If you're serious about that, try to look up the way that the settings, as far as like, you know, you can start the stream and then you can like you know, just give somebody else the moderator privileges and stuff.
On StreamYard, they didn't open up a whole bunch of stuff like that where we could collab and do everything like that. I was just, you know, need to talk to somebody and tell them because I think I can put you on as
like a moderator.
Yeah, like a co-host moderator where you can open up stuff yourself.
Yeah, like admin privileges or something.
Yeah, I believe we can do that.
Because I mean, we could do, you know, if we had to, we could do that for, you know, we could probably go for like, I mean, shit, maybe like, you know, 3 hours or so, and then, you know, just like whenever you're ready, you shut it down. Because you know you're gonna be from where you at now, it's a 5-hour difference.
Yeah. That part.
Yeah.
Shit. You just whoa. Yeah, y'all be asleep. I'll be up doing stuff and vice versa.
Yeah, you'll be coming on that. You'll be coming on 8 o'clock like normal, and then everybody else would be already. You know what I'm saying?
You're like MZ tripping. MZ tripping.
Yeah, my cousin live in Hawaii, and you know that motherfucker like to call. You know what I mean? Even for me, I'd be like, damn, it's late. 3 hours behind.
Right. Yeah, I might just have to give it to y'all, and y'all just have to run it in. Y'all just have to run it without me. I just try to call in or something.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. Like we'll work it in. Like whenever you come on, we just bring you up too. You know, we'll work it out.
Yeah. But
I ain't gonna.
What you say, Joe?
I ain't even gonna lie to you, man. Like I can't even listen to most of these boxing channels no more, bro. Like this shit is just so. It's so uninspiring. Like they talk the shit they talk about, bro. The stuff they bring up, it's like. They just recycling old shit over all the fucking time, man. It's like I don't even think these niggas fans of the sport. Honestly.
Wow.
They still talking about shit from 5 years ago, like it's relevant today.
I messed with the Angry Man podcast.
I never heard of him.
No, it's two guys. It's two guys. They got a nice little production. It's called the Angry Man Podcast. I listen to them, and I listen to the Rise Podcast because they close to Tank. The guys that actually like if the podcast connected to a fighter, I tend to seem like going more toward them. I haven't listened to any of the ones that we usually would listen to or that we used to talk about. I haven't been to any of those channels in, man, it's been a good long time. A good long time. If I'm not listening to Marlo and Trey, I'm listening to Angry Man Podcast or the Rise Podcast. And then I'm talking to you guys. Other than that, I haven't been messing with those guys. I haven't been on Blues Channel since, he started advocating for BLK. And I was like, I felt like he just put himself in a bad situation. I haven't been listening to nobody else. Honestly.
They just be talking about, like, motherfuckers are still talking about Wilder and AJ resume, like Charlo and fucking Canelo, like come on, man, like really, it's 2023. Y'all still talking? Y'all still want to bring that up? Like that's some relevant top boxing talk?
Exactly.
To each their own, man. Like that's why most of the time I just wait until either y'all come on or Marlo's Corner come on. But most of the time I'll try to listen to other channels. I'll be like 5 minutes into it and be like, I'm moving on. And then most of the time the fans will be coming on or they have call-in shows, and most of these idiots who come on the line is like it's hard to listen to.
Right.
It's like they're not looking at it from either a skill set. It's like just mostly gossip shit, and that's, to me, that doesn't do anything for the sport, man. You're just focusing on the gossip part of boxing. That's the shit that's been killing a lot of big fights, is that part of it. So
Hey, it's sad to say, but like y'all know, for about like a year when Blood, when he was coming on in the morning time, like nigga, that was my shit. But man, that nigga done fell off lately, boy.
That shit's garbage. Straight fucking doo-doo.
Yeah, he fucking with like all these new age, like new true media fans and shit. That nigga shit fell off.
Okay. All I say is, great live, MZ. I'm almost done with my pistachio butter. It's so pretty bright green. That's why they need to be raw. Okay, sis. And she said, Hyphy, when I come to Cali, can we bring one of those Lolos? The ones that we can drive down the street on one side.
Nah, we ain't got to rent shit. I know, some of my uncle friends and shit. Matter of fact, the nigga named Kiki, he the one who, pretty much kicked off the 92, the Rodney King riots. Yeah, that nigga got one.
Did you say kicked him off? God dang.
Yeah, he the nigga, he like opened up the truck.
His man out there?
He opened up the truck and pulled the nigga out.
That was him?
Yeah, his name Kiki.
Wow. When you said that, my mind went straight to that news footage, the helicopter watching the 18-wheeler, the dudes opened up the door, snatched him out, and they started beating him down.
Yeah, his name Kiki. And once Kiki did that, my uncle and then they all said that, they just felt obligated to ride with their nigga. Yeah.
Damn. The world is small.
Bruh, that's some history right there for your ass, man.
Yes. I'm talking to the nephew of the people that beat the hell out of the truck driver. For what? What you do?
Nah, you just know niggas got rage and niggas just
rage
started
kicked in. Somebody had to get hurt. Somebody had to get broke.
Yeah, like you ever just, threw a rock out a window or something, just out of rage. That's just how he expressed his rage. And, niggas that was with him followed suit.
I feel that. Lala D said, leave Blood alone. That's my homie.
Yeah, tell your homie he need to get some fucking new material, because that shit right there, It's garbage. And for a nigga who say he don't follow nobody, he definitely following a nigga who been on YouTube less than 2 years. He following everything that nigga do.
And he following sorry niggas too. Like don't get me wrong, like new media, like he cool just fight for laughs and shit. I'm not even sub to that nigga no more. Like he only cool for base like Rick Glaser interviews and shit, but he fucking with like Mac Mob. Them niggas sorry as a bitch.
Bruh, you following that nigga? That no talent fucking clown who just clone everything everybody else do and try to make it seem like it's his. You know how many people that nigga done stole from?
Wow.
That's the nigga you cheerleading every time he come on your channel? Get the fuck out of here.
And now it's like a new wave of followers, you know, from blood fucking with them channels. He done got like this new wave of followers, and these niggas don't know shit about boxing because, you know, I've been on them niggas from other channels and they don't know shit about no boxing. Like, man, you just fucking with some weak ass niggas, bro.
Eric God said, I can't listen to Smoothie King. Then he said, we got a hyphy, got infamous activists in his family. This nigga a real rebel. Hyphy, you really a rebel.
Yeah.
The rebel. Without a cause, I'm low on my level. Man, snatch this man up out the damn car. She said, OMG, I love Mac Mob. He's the DC homie.
Man, that nigga channel sorry as fuck. that nigga whole channel dedicated to praising Crawford and hating on Spence.
You know my Steves, that nigga still whatever he could steal, he'll steal it. That nigga ain't got no boxing acumen whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, but like Lala said, that's her nigga because he from DC. Like I understand all that shit, but I don't fuck with a nigga because where he's from.
Wow.
Just like got bitch ass niggas running around the name, but like everything. Well, what's that one channel? Everything boxing. Or, nigga don't talk about nowhere near everything about boxing. Get the fuck out of here. Niggas wasn't waking up watching fights.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. The wheelchair dude's friend.
Oh yeah, he fuck with that bitch ass nigga.
Hype, you fucked my head up that day. I was like, damn, how you gonna beat up the wheelchair man? Roll his ass down the street.
Nah, nigga, I'm gonna just kick that nigga out of his chair and let a motherfucking Rottweiler loose.
That's just mean.
Tie some ground beef on that nigga legs and let a Rottweiler loose.
Eric also said every nigga from DC hates Spence. Laughing out loud. Wow. Oh man.
Hey, now see, it is like it's a cool nigga. Buckle Up Boxing, you know, he from DC. Now see, that's a cool nigga, but you know what I mean. Like to me, it's cool niggas from every city. It's probably some cool boxing fans. Yeah. Everywhere. I'm just not fucking with a nigga because he from a place where I'm from, or where I like nah.
You gotta bring more than that.
I asked my son to go to the store earlier. He came back with the product that I asked for, but I noticed I ain't getting no change. I had to go ahead and talk to him about, hey son, I ain't had no change. He goes, oh yeah, Pop, my bad.
Hey Joe, you wasn't around, but we was talking about like MZ's daughter, how she then kind of came into being a boxing fan, and MZ was saying like she a casual, but I was telling him nah. If she know, 6 fighters and 3 fantasy fights, nigga, she a hardcore. She the same as these other niggas.
Yeah, that's more than what Mac Mob know. That nigga only knows 2-3 fighters. So MZ, your daughter can start a channel today and know more than that nigga.
Yeah, we gonna build her up a channel.
Right.
We got the titles already. We got the attention catching titles. We know how to make the thumbnails thanks to Malachi, new media. Yeah, we got this shit down now, boy.
I feel you. La D say Buckle Up is from B-More. Their accent is thick. Who is Buckle Up?
He like a cool channel that be like circulating around and shit.
Oh, okay. Dang. Oh, so my baby girl, y'all know she played rugby, right?
Yeah.
So she hit me up. She like, anybody want to donate money per tackle for my rugby game? It's for the college. They had something for every tackle she get. I give up some money. So I call myself being funny. I said, I'll put $1 up for every tackle, but if you get over 5 tackles, then I'll turn it to 5. So she was like, okay, cool. I almost said if you get a certain amount, I'll pump it up to 10. But I remember hearing somebody telling the story about how they did that at a football game, and those little motherfuckers went out there and handled their business. And he had to go to the ATM. I didn't want that, so I stuck with the 5. So she hit me back, like, "Oh yeah, Dad, we had a great game. You owe me $35." So, first of all, I should have said solo tackles, because I don't know if these are solo tackles or assisted tackles. How am I supposed to know? I should have put that out first. Yeah.
That's on you. That's on you, MZ. You shouldn't have jumped off the porch if you didn't know what it was.
Yeah, I should have been specific, huh? I paid it already. I went on and knocked it. As soon as she said she was 35 tackles, I sent her money. I don't want to be no scumbo baggins or nothing like that. I went on and shot her change. Dude, I am so bubbling over right now. I cannot tell you guys my nervousness and excitement to get up out of here Friday. I am so excited and nervous. Then I got a chance to actually see the fight this weekend. I haven't seen a fight since last year.
You picked a good one. You picked a good one to watch.
So yeah, and Trey he was on point. He called the shit out that mode. And I had my TV and my YouTube synced just right. So when the round started, he was like, all right. You know what I'm saying? You know how it started off. I was on point the whole fight. So, but I am so excited. I got some stuff to go pick up from the store. But yeah, I got a lot of energy. I don't know what to do with myself.
Yeah, shit. Clean up the goddamn house, something so that bitch should be clean when you arrive back. Something.
Oh, the house, the house stay clean, but it's just that, I've been knowing about this since December. So they've just been sitting on it, waiting from December to now. And man, I just can't wait. I ain't gonna have to worry about these crazy people at the store. Oh, I told y'all this lady coming to the store, a little white group. I don't want to be seeming like but they was white. Her and her dude, they looked like they could have been on something or not, but they had a car. So they come in, they buying stuff, talking loud, saying nothing, walking up and down the aisles. I'm looking at the camera. And they come up and pay for a few items, but they walking out the door and she got a carrot cake in her hand that she ain't pay for. So I say, so you just gonna take the carrot cake like that? And you know how a person look back at you like, fuck you or something, right? One of those kind of looks. 20, 30 minutes later, she come back. Excuse me. Did I leave my wallet in here? Oh, you the girl that stole the carrot cake. Huh? Did you have some money in the wallet? She said what she said. She really wouldn't answer the question about the money in the wallet. She just said, I said, go ahead, look around. See if you can find it. Go in the bathroom. But it was some women coming in and out the bathroom, so ain't no telling. At midnight, I usually close the store, sweep, mop, all this kind of stuff. Tell me why I see this girl wallet in the chips, where the potato chips and stuff is. It's a rack with the chip. Her wallet is in the rack. She had $150 in the wallet.
That's what her ass gets.
I'm like, you in here stealing and you got $150. You stole a $2 piece of cake.
That's $148 in the hole right there.
Ain't it? Ain't that a bitch? Wow. I didn't know what to say. I cleaned up and finished doing what I had to do. And I was like, well, if she come back, while I'm open between now and I go home, then, you know, I'll be more than glad to give her wallet. But if she don't, I'll make sure I leave her wallet here and let the boss man know, hey, that's her wallet.
Yeah.
That's what you call instant karma right there.
Instant. So I'm gonna make sure she get her wallet and everything. Believe me, I'm gonna make sure that happens. Because I want people to know that they can come to the store that I work at and get their shit back.
That's how you know that that's not for you. You need to quit while you way behind.
Yeah, you a bad thief. You a bad thief. If you steal
how you stealing it? How you stealing something and losing everything?
Right. La D say they be the ones. It be all kind of ones coming up in there, girl. All kind. It was an old lady rode her bicycle to the store. 2:00 in the morning. Why is this old lady outside riding the bicycle? I don't know. She come in the store. She trying to be, you know, like a granny, you know, but this heifer in there trying to steal beer at 2 in the morning. Alcohol, beer make you want to come to the store and steal at 2 in the morning? I be seeing some mad stuff, dude. Mad. Mexicans come in and be like, say, I give you money if you let me buy this case. No, you won't. You ain't buying that case. You might go and put that back down. You know damn well it's 2:00. Ain't nobody in Texas nowhere selling nothing. No alcohol. But y'all want to come in here and pick on the black man standing behind the counter trying to get him fired, make him do shit that he ain't supposed to be doing. But I tell you the truth, people don't give a shit.
Yeah, see, I never understood that shit. Like, y'all niggas been living in this state long enough. Y'all know what time this shit closed, man. To get that shit taken care of before you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, if you that thirsty, buy a bunch of beer before it's time for this place to close. Before they stop selling it.
Have your shit straight.
But that's what it is. Hyphy. This ain't something that I want to, you know, just slang out there, but I got to put it out there because it be happening at the store.
Yeah.
These 3 balloons came in the store. I mean, talking loud, saying that.
That's just how I like them.
You like balloons? God. Because when I say balloons, bro, I mean balloons. With little bitty shorts on. One had this dress on that didn't look like a dress no more. It's like
were they bonnet queens?
No, they didn't have bonnets on. They were balloons, but they were confident balloons. Nice hairstyles, but hoochie-fied from head to toe. I mean hoochie-fied.
Yeah, they've
but
been
if you
told
300 plus pounds, you should not have on no Daisy Dukes.
They've been told they tens. That's what happens in this delusional environment we in.
Yeah, well, to some dude with some glasses on, real thick, maybe they did look like tens. I don't know, because I have strong suspicions that the dude that worked with me, the new guy that we hired, I have strong suspicions that he like them big. I have strong suspicions because his whole demeanor changed when they came, and you know he was nice and he was too fucking nice. I'm nice, but I'm like, God damn, you going overboard with these hoes. I mean, yeah. And when they walked out the door, he looking at him like, man, look at that. I couldn't. I'm like, I can't look at that. I can't look at that. That's for you. Go and look at it. Soak it in. I'm going to the bathroom. I got to roll a blunt.
Hey, so these look like some hood rat type balloons, though.
Dude, when they got in the car, I promise you, the car went down like an inch. When they all got in the car like dropped down an inch.
Let me guess, they was in this extra small car while they was getting away. everything that they wore was like they had how do you call it? It was very revealing, even though it wasn't supposed. Right. It wasn't supposed to be. It was something normal that wouldn't be revealing. That wouldn't be revealing on anybody else, but because of them, who they are. It was revealing.
Boy, you remember the group 2 Tons of Fun?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
There you go. There you go. But it was 3 of them.
man, them bitches probably came in there like spaghetti strap shirts and shit, and then Walmart sandals.
No. Honestly, the outfits they had on, that's why I said they was confident, because the outfits they was cuted up. You know, the outfits was cute. Their hair was cute.
Oh,
They
okay,
was just
okay.
huge.
Yeah.
I mean, who?
Yeah, like the outfits would look normal on a normal sized person, but because they wearing it, it looks like they ready for some action.
They was ready for. Hey, if I had told that boy he could leave, he'd have ran out there to them. I promise you. That boy was on one. Cause I'm gonna be honest. Hey, you like big girls? Man, I love big girls. Okay, he slim like me. I have reservations. I'm like, how you survive if she get on top? What if y'all drinking and she get on top, bust one, and pass out? How you gonna get up?
Yeah.
Stuff like that. You got to be aware of what's going on. You can't just lay down with somebody bigger than you that you can't get them off of you if you need to.
Bruh, not even just them on top of them. Imagine if they just roll one of they big ass legs or arms just on you.
I would feel like I could get away from a big leg or a big arm, but from a whole big body, no, I don't think I could do that.
It depends, MZ. Like them arms. it's certain positions and scenarios, bruh, where that dead weight is really dead weight.
But see, that's the thing. I can't imagine myself in none of those positions and scenarios. So no, I can't wrap my mind around that. I did see before, that a guy and his girl, she was a big one. He liked the plus size. I was joking, but I wasn't joking when I said, what if she bust a nut and pass out because she was drunk? When she woke up, he was dead. She passed out on top of him, and he smothered to death. This made the news.
Yeah, I've seen something like that. That's
Can you imagine standing in the line of death when y'all, you either going down or going up? And what you doing? How you get here? Oh man, I was with an old girl and she fell asleep on me. What? So you here right now because the bitch fell asleep on you?
That's a whole different way to kill a nigga in bed.
Ain't it?
Like I heard you put it on but usually an older dude. You put on an older dude and
he can't go out at the same time.
Yeah, but that.
But to suffocate after you I done got you off and then you gonna suffocate me? That's worse than a praying mantis or a black widow. Just say it. Say it.
Dollar collapsed lung.
Hey, it's a house on my street, maybe like 6 houses down, but it's so it's 3 white girls. They all whales, we'll say. They got the cellulite and all that shit. Now all 3 of them, they all got biracial kids. So I'm like, it's 3 whales, and all these women got niggas, kids by niggas. I said, I don't know what niggas over here was fucking on them, but like all 3 of y'all got niggas for baby daddies and shit. Like, what was this nigga saying in y'all?
Well, when I was little, when I was younger, I used to hear guys say, she pay like she weigh. You still got that. You still got guys that'll get with girls just cause they spend money. But we used to girls doing it to guys, but there are some guys that's out there running around getting with girls because they know she gonna spend some money. It's a sad scenario, but it's true.
Yeah, there's a lot of relevancy what you're saying on that point, and also most of them girls, they not gonna get taken serious by their race. Like you ain't gonna see no white dudes lining up to take them serious and wipe them up like that. There's always gonna be one of us who will who will be the result of what's to come as far as one of them. You always gonna see that scenario, man.
I'll be your
It,
Huckleberry.
it plays out over and over again, man.
Hey, but shit, I like you know what I'm saying, like whenever I would like used to go to parties and shit, I would like definitely dance with the big girls because I don't know, that's how I got a like for them type of women. Even though they big, they still like you said, keep themselves looking good and shit. It's like they walk out with confidence. To me, I think that's hella cool because you're not letting this one thing just completely ruin your confidence and shit. And it's
Right.
definitely some big girls. It's pretty.
Hey, it's some beautiful big women. Because I don't want people to think I'm shaming nobody. Big women are beautiful. Some of them. There's some ugly big women. There's some ugly little women. I got to pass it around. Ugly is ugly, cute is cute. It's eyes of the beholder, I guess. But I'm just not into fluffy.
Hey, here's the thing, MZ. Why do men get to always have the truth told about them? This is why stuff is so out of balance as it is. If a woman is big and she out of order, she needs to be told that too. It can't just be, the one side of the spectrum being held to their inadequacies all the time.
I feel you. Here. So, make sure I got all my cameras. I got a little GoPro thing. I'm going to try to make sure I get some good footage for that. I got to read to make sure it's waterproof or not. So I can make sure I get plenty of pictures to come back and share with everybody. I'm going to try to do some surfing. Last time I went surfing, they only gave me a boogie board. But this time, I'm going to try to get a surfboard and see if I can't do nothing. But first, I'm going to make sure, what's the shark ratio around this island? Because I can't be out there messing around with no fish trying to eat me. Because I tell you, when I went surfing in San Diego, you know how you got to, I had a boogie board, but you still got to go out there so you can catch the wave, right?
Yep.
So, I'm pedaling out there, and I'm thinking I'm doing pretty good. My little bad on, my good on. So I get out there pretty good, and you can see the waves swelling up, and they coming to you. You can see them going up and down, right? Man, so this wave was coming, and some seaweed was in it. Dude, scared the shit out of me. I thought it was a shark. I thought it was that. For real, I'm not lying to you. You know how you see it in the movies, you be like, oh, that's bullshit. But I saw this seaweed, dude, and the way the wave was moving, the seaweed riding the wave. And the first thing came across my mind was it was a shark. And I realized at that moment there was no getting away. It's no running, no swimming. If he wanted to eat me, I was ate. It just so happened there was seaweed. But I damn near pissed on myself.
Hey, you know what? For me, I wish them sharks would eat all them damn seals, man. I don't like seals, man. Ever since I went to Mexico and smelled how stank them things is, man, I was all happy to go up. You know what I'm saying? The boat was getting close to the seals and stuff. I was all happy to see a whole bunch of seals when I got near them and smelled how bad they smelled. I was like, oh yeah, I was wishing for every shark to eat their ass. Like, yeah, I'll eat them motherfuckers because they stink. Like, god damn.
I heard a lot of reasons for a lot of things to happen, but that's the first time I ever heard somebody say they wish a shark could eat up a whole bunch of seals because of their smell.
Bro, they like you would never guess they smell that bad because it's like it's like the boat couldn't move away fast enough to get rid of that smell. Like they was just all sitting on this one patch of like rock. And it seemed like they was just all waiting it out because the predators is around, they lurking.
Right.
But I was just like, yeah, man, please come get these motherfuckers because they making my trip not good right now.
Dang. I know I saw a lot of them in the bay in San Francisco. We took that boat ride to go around Alcatraz. And out up under the Golden Gate and then turn around. A lot of SEALs, they congregate right there. It's a spot that's sitting there between Alcatraz and the and some of the restaurants by the bay. They like to congregate on.
Yeah, just thank your lucky stars you ain't get close enough to smell their ass.
No, I didn't catch that. I did not catch that smell, but I did. I learned. I got a chance to learn a big lesson. Like once that boat went up under the Golden Gate Bridge, that ocean temperature just dropped. It seemed like a whole different different atmosphere. Once you left out that bay, the wind picked up. It got cold. I was like, oh, no, I couldn't be a sailor like from back in the day when they was riding on the wood ships and the sails. I couldn't fuck with that. It's cold out there.
Yeah, that Pacific Ocean is serious, man. Like it's different, man. Like,
Real different.
Like the Atlantic is kind of warm from the standpoint, but yeah, you get out there in that Pacific, that water. I don't know how the boys be doing it, cause
and you got to be some kind of special kind of character to be out there fishing, like way out there. I could fish in the stream, in the lake, but you talking about going out there in the ocean catching tuna and shit like that, we gonna be hungry.
Yes, it's always been kind of interesting because especially like San Francisco, it's like the one city, it could be peak of the summertime, usually like 100 degrees here. But if you like in Frisco, that should only be like low 70s. And I don't know, it's just something about that city where it's always cooler.
It's sitting right there on that water, like Chicago and Gary. It can get hot there, but if the wind is coming in off of that water, dude, it's gonna get real cold real fast.
Yeah, that's compared to like these other, like me, I'm in a beach city, but it's like I don't know. It's like these cities, it don't get these beach cities don't get nearly as cold as Frisco. It's something about Frisco, but I don't know. It's still interesting city nonetheless.
Yeah, I love that. Oh, go ahead, Joe.
It's kind of like we got a place over here in Minnesota called Duluth. Like, bruh, this Lake Superior, like that water, bruh, is so damn cold, even in the summertime. Like, it's one of them places where literally the temperature can drop. It can vary 30, 40 degrees depending on what day it is. Like even if you go there midsummer, that water will still be somewhere between 40 to 30 degrees. Like who the hell want to be getting in that water that's that cold even when it's that hot?
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, because even Lake Michigan will warm up a little bit in the summer. Lake Superior, like fuck that. Staying cold all year round. I can't remember the name of that street. It's the most curvy street in America in San Francisco, coming down that hill. Right over there by those brownstone houses that that TV show was shot off of.
Yeah, the Fillmore area.
Yeah. That street is ridiculously curvy. People just riding down it just for the hell of it.
Yeah, that's a fun one. Yeah, it's like some very, very like very steep streets out there. It's like a saying, we had out there. You don't drive a stick when you live in like anywhere in San Francisco.
Right.
Yeah, you'll burn that shit out. I definitely almost did that before. It's an interesting city, because it's very, very steep. So it's like anywhere where you're at, it's always like
Your voice just died out.
What about now?
Okay, I hear you.
Yeah, it's always like a nice overlook. Like no matter where you at in Frisco, that's what makes it interesting. But you've been there to that city.
Yeah.
When you get in city, it almost feel like you like you trapped. Even like the way that you enter and exit, it's like pretty much only one way in, one way out.
Yeah, because of that bridge deal. I kind of thought that the way the bridge, you getting in and out on the bridge, like going to Sacramento or something like that, or going to Oakland. You got to travel over those bridges. It kind of made me have a thought like, is this how New York is? I've never been to New York. My daughter's trying to talk me into going. She spoke about going. I don't know if I'm gonna do it, but I think I'm gonna start. I want to go check it out. But she mentioned something about going to South Africa in December, and I think I'm gonna try to get in on that. Go down there so they can say the king is return home. Yeah, I'm back, y'all. You missed me.
Yeah, that's a beautiful place to go, South Africa. My wife wants us to go to Australia now, so I'm trying to figure out a way for us to travel from Australia, New Zealand, and Fiji. So I'm thinking I might try to do like a cruise where I could just, go to multiple destinations
Yeah,
Okay.
like
and do it that way.
stopping at multiple islands, like as you head, more you start heading east, basically.
hmm
Those cruises go hard. I like that. I've been on a cruise. I like that cruise shit.
Cause I ain't really down for just being in Australia, saying like that. I'd rather try to hit, a whole bunch of different places. And when you hitting them cruises, when you dock, they letting you dock for like 8 hours. And you head back on the ship, and then you go
Yeah.
to the next destination, dock off there for 8 hours. So I think that gives a little bit more variety to your trip than you just stuck in one city or you trying to go from city to city.
Yeah, with those cruises, you get to, off board, get to soak in some of the culture. But the thing that they make sure they tell you, keep your watches and your phone set to what time the ship's times is. It don't matter what time it say out there, cause that ship gonna leave whatever time it's supposed to leave. If you ain't on there, you stuck.
Yeah, but before we go there, we're going to Jamaica next year. Next May, headed to Jamaica.
Man, I remember being a little boy and seeing those commercials. Come back to Jamaica. They used to have a lot of Jamaica commercials for people to come travel to see Jamaica. I have not made it yet, but I plan to. With all that's been said, I got to see a great tank fight. Gentlemen, I think I'm going to close and lock the doors. Time to bounce on up out of here. We just dropped down to 2, and I'm going to let some music take us out. After you guys say what you have to say to close the night out.
Oh man, shout out to everybody who came through. Scrapbook, Trey X, everybody from the Block fam.
Dude,
Yeah, this was major.
it was because I'm like, where the fuck did Scrapbook come from? That blew my mind. I know, it shouldn't, but it do. Because I'm like, Scrapbook a major channel. Who even got him to come over here to this little humble abode of mine?
I mean, you be showing love to him, so he's showing love right back. That's what it be,
Man, that was big for me. That was I really was like, wow, Scrapbook came through this bitch.
Yep, everybody doing their thing on the Champ Ross Lala D. Keep it up.
She kicked ass this week. She kicked ass, 159 points if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, look forward to more of these fights. And, like always, man, appreciate you for allowing us to come on and talk some good, boxing. Conversation always flows where it flows, man. That's the beauty about this show. So appreciate you.
Man, I love the fact that you guys come through. I look forward to Tuesday nights.
Yeah, same. It just somehow, some way, end up finding a way to make it fit into the schedule. Just like one of those nights where you just, chilling, kicking back, and never know exactly where, outside of some boxing, you never know where to lead you. But we always pretty much be in accordance because we get along pretty well. Hope it, entertains the people also. Some boxing. So I'm going to be doing that. Just catching up on some boxing stuff in the background, NBA stuff. And, always enjoying this sport that brings us together.
Man, La La D say thanks, fam. Mike, I say I truly enjoy kicking with each and every one of you guys. And like we said, we're gonna have to get together one day and have a meet greet and see what goes down. With that being said, let me hit y'all with Firstborn, and I'm out. Peace. We out.